Are Nick and Vladik a part of this one?
Thing I did tell Nick about it. I sent Vlad a note, but I haven't heard from him. Yo, Marcus, you here? Is that Marcus Jade?
Yo, can you hear me?
Now I can.
You can?
Now, barely.
Hold on. Wait a minute. What about now? I mean,
I can hear you. Your volume is not like heavy. You sound low.
dude, oh no. Wait a minute. I don't know what that is, man. Um, it's the
So
same mic.
that may just be you're in talking low mode. I don't know. You might get hype and then it'll be very loud.
Right. Right. That too.
What's popping?
Nothing,
Hello,
dude. I thought.
Marcus.
Hey, Melissa. Oh, hold on. Let me get my shit right.
Yeah.
Nah,
There you
bro.
are.
So you were participating in the first ever innovation summit that we are hosting as Black Knight Ownership, and this one focused on biophilia, the love of the plants and the vegetation and life itself, um, and technology. And I'm doing a format that initially I was going to do upstate, where people could come to the Chisels and Ginger Eco Hub and participate, walk around the woods, talk about tech stuff with each other, and then also zoom it in. My work schedule this summer has thrown off all my plans for being upstate. So we're in DC. It's raining. So I don't know if anyone's going to come by in this weather. So mostly be Zoom. And as different people pop into the Zoom, I plan to share resources if they're interested or hear their opinions on what are the reasonable applications for technology when it comes to conservation. What are some either issues or problems to be solved within the realm of conservation where technology helps. Like if I need to send a copy paste email to 400 different people, is there a way to do that and not get my account flagged as spam? Is there a way to do that where I don't have to individually find everyone's email? Is there some tech solution to that? Or are we talking about we just shouldn't have data centers? And I want to get as many different opinions as to what's the reasonable approach. Is it binary, where either we are Luddites and anti-technology and say we should do things like we did 400 years ago, or what you see is, well, even if it poisons the water, the air, and the food, we need this internet. And you have people who are in the technology field who totally dismiss any notion of conservation. You have conservationists that totally dismiss any benefit of technology. So, where's an actual meeting ground of like not like a fatalist like technology is gonna happen, but more a reality of we as people dictate how society develops. So what do we want it to be? Like why do we let everyone else tell us what it could be, should be? Why don't we say what we want it to be? So that's part of the day. So I don't know if you had any topics in mind or anything you wanted to share with us or just wanted to get an idea of what the conversation was. What, this is a very open format in the style of Gamba and all things that you're used to.
Nah, man. Yeah, I still just was a little bit like, I wanted to know more, but you kind of really said about the things that I was kind of like interested in. I I support the the idea, and I feel like this was like stuff even for me that like I like I said, like I've been kind of getting into, and that's why I say even so with my with things that I've had kind of going on, excuse me. I felt like especially with like all of this was that first of all, I think it's interesting, especially with this whole like thing that there's this dude that I'll be watching on YouTube. His name is Rick Beato. Somebody told me about him. I don't even remember, but he even had like a piece about how, in particular, these data centers
Hmm.
have been buying up um, these hard drives, so to speak. And the hard drives, it's a particular hard drive because I looked this up, and sure enough, these little Samsung hard drives cost thousands of dollars all of a sudden. Even just like regular hard drives haven't really changed much in price. And I think that has been that has been directly because the data centers have been buying up the hard drives. And I thought that this was like this was like an interesting thing, especially with, for me, is like just to bring it to like a musician standpoint and how this has been conflicting with this idea that we've been storing things on these clouds, and I'm not necessarily with that, because not necessarily, but I'm also, before I get into it, like I'm not one of those type of people that's like completely like anti anything. I think it's just really like the idea that there's certain things, because of consumption, because of waste management, because of the impact that it has on society, and definitely like environmental impacts. I've always felt like it just, some things have just been like completely clear in that aspect. And so for me, tying it up to like music real quick was just really like how this inflates like costs for musicians and exhausts costs that, you know, to circumnavigate the idea of putting things on a cloud, now you gotta really dish out money to get a hard drive again. And I thought that this was just interesting to just highlight, because I think that like the point that even I guess I'm trying to make is that, and which is something that even Rick Beato was like talking about, is that these data centers essentially are worthless, or like you don't even really need them, because you can run large language models at home, and you can run a large language model at home on a computer off the internet and use ChatGPT at your disposal, use Claude, use at your disposal, and it costs it lowers the consumption of of energy, lowers the environmental impact on one end, because you're not using data centers to run these large language models, which is the thing that they was trying to do anyway. And we've reached a point to like, now these data centers they're just around because you can really just do this stuff at home. And yet there's this idea that like we need these data centers around because Of what?
Well,
Land ownership, land.
you bring up, I think, the most obvious and salient point that no one says. Why do we need these data centers? What are they actually processing that needs to be done in one location at such a magnitude, scope, and scale? No one has explained the equation of for this many personal computer users, laptop users, web application users around the world, we have to have this many storage devices in physical space, cabling, housing, turbines to run it, water systems to do XYZ. No one's explained it. People have said basically computer processing usage and graphic processing usage is going up. Chip manufacturing is accelerating. This isn't happening. We need more data centers. We need more ability to run things in the cloud. But no one has broken down exactly why they need this much space, why this much energy is utilized, why this much water is utilized, and what it actually leads to. I think that is a funny, but people have already accepted it as, oh, if we build this is good for everybody. But it's not the same as like if someone says we're going to build a car manufacturing facility, which allows us to build this many cars, which allows us to buy this much rubber from this other place, which allows us to do, and they give you a whole supply chain of where money goes, what products are being made, what communities benefit from new jobs, A, B, or C. No one gave me a breakdown on when you open up a data center, here is the supply chain. Here is who gets paid what, when, how, and how many people actually get more jobs. So it's funny. Have you heard anyone actually ever explain what?
Well, I was just looking it up because I was confused about what you just said because I thought, well, my big question is, what is the difference between the internet and Chat GPT or Claude or how AI works? And like when I go to Google and type in a question, that was how the internet worked. Like there was an internet system that was happening with that. When
Right.
AI came into place, all of a sudden data centers started to be discussed. So my first question that I don't know the answer to is were there data centers prior to AI large language models that were hosted how we got our information from the internet? Or did data centers only become more popular with AI, or have there always been data centers, but there's just more of them now that AI is there? And my understanding is that when I type a question into Chat GPT, and I could be totally wrong on this, or any of those large language models, that basically it goes through my provider, but it also goes to a data center somewhere to get that information, and then that information pings back through my provider into my computer. So the data center, so AI can't work without the data center. Is that correct?
Well, what did it say when you put it in the query?
That's kind of what it's saying, basically. Well, I mean, much more
Right.
saying one of the servers loads a cap. So once my question reaches an AI, a data center, one of those servers loads a copy of ChatGPT. Your question becomes numbers. The AI platform forms billions or even trillions of mathematical operations using the GPUs. The answer is generated.
Right.
Step 5, the answer comes back. The server sends the answer back through the internet to your computer. From your perspective, this all happens in 1 or 2 seconds.
Right.
Why can't so that it says, why can't my laptop just do this? It can, but only if the model is small enough. Your laptop might have 16 to 64 gigabytes of RAM, a
Right.
decent CPU, perhaps a consumer GPU.
Right.
ChatGPT's largest models requires vastly more memory and computer than that. And
Right.
some modern AI models work with. So then I'm wondering, what's the difference between ChatGPT and the internet? Um,
There's no difference, really. There's no real there's no real difference. And when you put it that way. Like, yeah, like there's no.
Well, that
Remember
I
there
think.
was a time I know, like, cuz I'm looking at, like, I remember Ask Jeeves.
Well, yeah. So I think that's the thing is trying to conceptualize what the internet is a existential question. Like, I asked my mom, I was like, "Where's the internet?" She's like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "Where's the internet housed?" And she's like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, we use it, but where? Like, if again you get a car made, you can ask, where is the rubber sourced? Where is the factory where they actually put all the parts together? Where is it, where they have the machinery? With the internet, it's an interconnected, it's a network, it's a web of things that are not in a single location.
Right.
So I think it's very confusing, and it's almost like a question of, why does a magnet work? Most humans know they work, but if you ask them to explain polarity and how electrons cause attraction and repulsion, I wouldn't be able to explain it in any way that's salient, but I know how to use a magnet. And I think the internet kind of functions like that. And part of why I wanted to do this was to have me, where I don't understand it, ask these questions and hopefully have a tech friend watch this and say, here's your answer. And by the end of this conference, I'll be able to put together a little guide. So when we're talking about why data centers are important, we understand the notion of computational power. And like, my laptop can't process the amount of information necessary to produce the returns that I need. So basically, I use this interconnected systems of different computer systems talking to each other. Someone creates an app that's able to communicate with that highway, and that app is then utilizing processing power at a data center. So like open AI, yes, I can use it at home on my laptop, but theoretically, OpenAI can't run its system without a data center of a certain size of magnitude. Now, why is that? Why does it have to be in one place? At a certain point, hard wiring matters. At a certain point, there are interconnected cables that run on the ocean floor that connect the internet across continents. And there are only two or three companies that lay that cable and are allowed to.
Right.
I didn't learn about that until like 15 years ago, because I was like, wait, hold on.
Right.
Wireless at some point has to come to something wired.
Right.
It has to originate in some source theoretically.
Right.
And I think it's confusing to then say, where does the internet stop? Where does OpenAI or AI stop? What are we defining as machine learning, artificial intelligence? Are these misnomers, in that there are people who would say you're not creating a computer that thinks? It literally, we don't understand human cognition enough to do that. What we are doing is a probability game, and A, B, or C, So I think the language, like, part of why I wanted to have this convening is for us to develop an understanding of the language we're using when we speak to each other. And so when a person says AI, are they talking about the company OpenAI and ChatGPT? Are they talking about large language models? Are they talking about generative AI? Are they talking about machine learning algorithms, which are different than the actual hardware, which are different than the software? And I don't know enough about this to then teach anybody, but I wanted to get at least the questions out so that we could find some answers. And so you all have started us
Well,
in a good direction.
yeah, because I'm still trying to figure out like my stance on all of this stuff. I mean, the first question I ask myself is, do I actually, so I could go back to the beginning, right? Do I actually think technology is something that we actually need to the levels that we have it, or even at any level? Do I actually think it is? Now that's one of those questions that I don't ask publicly, because everybody's gonna be like, of course we need it. Of course you do. There's positive things about technology. I agree there's positive things. I can still ask myself, is it really important to our society's development? Is it going to do more destruction with the way we develop, or is it going to do more good? If I'm thinking about, and when I ask myself that question, I think about destruction or good for who or what. Like when we get into the sustainability question of sustainability for who, for what species, because once you're sustaining one, you're ruining another. So the question is, maybe technology does help humans to figure out information. How much of figuring out information is in the world, and being able to have knowledge at our fingertips within seconds is really helping us? Or is it better to be more transcendentalist about it and think that we hold the knowledge in ourselves? It's in the universe all around us and in life force. And we can, if we had spent more time searching that line, we might have gone a very different direction, which would still be very civilized and technologically developed. So like, I probably, like, without a lot of research, intuitively, I veer towards the side of what would have happened if we didn't go down the hole of this type of technological systems, and instead we went
Right.
down the hole of the universal tech, like nature-based technologies that already exist that we could actually work with and learn from.
Right.
And so that's where I kind of start from. But then when I'm like, okay, well, this has happened and it's not going anywhere. So being the person that's just like, oh, remove technology, isn't really advocating for something that is going to happen. So
Right.
what So what do I then think, and what is my perspective on this stuff? Now I know that if you want to survive in the country that we live in, you have to make money. And if you have to make money, you essentially have to use technology in 99% of the industries that you're working with. Maybe there's one somewhere that doesn't use any technology at all. I don't think so. But so anyway, so then what's the answer? And like, what do you advocate for? And I know that data centers, are a problem when it comes to our water. And one of the biggest problems is that it's not regenerative. You can't let the water go back into the system once it's been used in the data center model. So if you can't let it go back into the system, you're basically creating waste. And anytime you create waste, you create problem. You're outside the circle. So and then people are like, well, it's going to move offshore to these atmospheric things. And then, but no one thinks about that a little deeper and says, well, when we start stealing water from the atmosphere, which our guy does.
Moses West.
Yeah, Moses West does for trying to bring clean water to communities that don't have any, as something that would be regenerative because it goes back into the human. This is still not regenerative. So you're taking the water and you're using water from the atmosphere, and we just don't have most humans don't really know what that means for us. Like, what does that do to the system, to the ecosystem itself? So I don't actually know yet either. I have to research that. So I get really confused. So the big thing for me would be, I would advocate for, well, how do we make it so that the water would be, so that this data center system could be regenerative? And I think this comes down to something having to do with these PFAs, which are forever chemicals that are in our water when they're used for certain things. I don't know enough about this yet, but it sounds like the answer to that question is we have to figure out how to clean water that has PFAs in it. And I've heard some theories that might work, like kelp farming and things like that, and then turning the waste into a brick to build with rather than putting it back in the atmosphere, which would do sort of what we did with, it's a problem because if it ever breaks down, it would be a problem. But if we can keep it from breaking down, it's not a problem, and then it's not waste. So there's lots of ways to go, but it's overwhelming. I have no idea what the answer,
There's also, in thinking about the water usage, there's the water used to cool the actual computers like CPUs and the equipment. There's also the temperature exchange, so that when the water is released, it is in the sense of like it is waste in that it has been changed, but it's reintroduced back into the natural environment. When these plants utilize the water, they don't store it or do something else with it. They dump it back into whatever water systems, water supply or in the nearby area, increasing the water temperature and obviously affecting the life in those systems. And in general, they increase the atmospheric temperature as well, which is going to affect some of the water system. And I think the reason why I ask what's a reasonable application is because I'm going to have to assume that capitalist directed conglomerates will maximize profits, efficiency, and what's the other one? Profits, efficiency, and expediency and ease. I don't think it's impossible technically to make these systems work with less harm to the environment. But I think we see literally Tesla made money advocating as an environmentally oriented company and pushing for a quote unquote green agenda. And as soon as the administration changed, the people that ran Tesla have helped fund and support some of the most backwards environmental policies you've seen. So, in my equation of what's reasonable use, should I exclude the likelihood that large conglomerates will do what it takes to purify the water, whether it's the chemicals in them, whether it's the plastics in them, whether it's the heat exchange? Should I assume, in order to develop a reasonable usage plan, I have to assume the companies will be unreasonable? And or will I have to assume the reasonable plan would call for small scale, more dispersed and less centralized data center activity? And is that possible? Is that technologically feasible? Now, I've heard things where the end game is send data centers to space and you use solar power to run them. But now satellites in orbit, and when they die and crash back to Earth, or you're getting into space junk conversations. So again, there is no perfect solution, but I think having more awareness of options would be of benefit to
Because
people.
I guess so I was just asking here, what are the different water systems from what you said? Like which ones are regenerative, like go back into evaporate, like you said?
No, not evaporate. They dump the water into the local water systems and mess up the water.
Well, so that's what I was reading about. So it says there's three different kinds that are used. It started with it said the first is the first one is where did it go? Sorry, I just lost it. Yeah. So the first one is a closed loop water cooling system. This one is pretty good for conserving water. So this is kind of like a home's radiator or geothermal heating system where water circulates through pipes, absorbs heat from the servers, carries the heat to a heat exchanger, cools down, comes right back. So the same water
Mm,
keeps circulating in the system. It might stay in the system for months or even years. The only water that's lost is from tiny leaks, maintenance, occasional replacement. The second one, which is used a lot, is evaporative cooling. And this is where you're using the most fresh water. And this kind of works like sweating. Warm water is sprayed into cooling towers. Some of the water evaporates. Evaporation removes heat very efficiently, but every gallon that evaporates has to be replaced with new fresh water. That's why this system is often criticized in drought-prone regions, and it's used widely by corporations. Direct liquid cooling is an engineered improvement. It's not actually a different water use category. It's a way of removing heat from the computer chips themselves instead of cooling an entire room. So the coolant flows directly over metal plates attached to the chips because you're cooling the hottest part directly. Much
yeah,
less energy is wasted, much less cooling is needed. Servers can be packed more densely.
yeah,
And it says, when I asked it, so I don't understand which one of these is best and why isn't that one being used or whatnot. It says, if we think about water conservation alone, a closed loop direct liquid cooling is reuses the same liquid repeatedly, very little water loss, highly efficient for AI hardware. Traditional air cooling, almost no water use, but it uses more electricity. And I don't know. So I don't understand the answer here. But the systems problem is yeah, so then something happens later. So, oh, data center like let's say Arizona, they give an example. They use evaporative cooling. That uses 5 million gallons of fresh water each day. 5 million gallons. It runs on solar energy. Data center B, Norway, this is a closed loop liquid cooling. It uses almost no fresh water. It uses hydropower. Its cold outdoor air reduces cooling needs even further. And even if they process the same amount of AI work, their environmental footprints are very different because of where they are located and how they are designed. So there, and I was reading that the other day that there are data systems in different parts of Europe and other parts of the world that are not causing the problems that the US is having. Um, and it says instead of asking which cooling technology is best, let's look at what cooling technology is appropriate for this particular watershed. That's one of the big problems is that people aren't looking at the context of the actual locale that they're in order to make decisions that would be most environmental. So in a desert basin, evaporative cooling may be ecologically costly because it consumes scarce fresh water. In a cooler, wetter climate, closed loop liquid cooling paired with renewable electricity has a much lower impact. In some places, waste heat from a data center could even be used to warm homes, greenhouses, or aquaculture systems, making the facility part of a broader regional energy cycle. So that shifts the question. So I mean, we're basically seeing it sounds like we're basically seeing the same problem we see with everything else in the United States is that people just don't care, so they're not doing the corporations don't care, so they're not doing the thing. They're saying, "Where's the land the cheapest?" Oh, I can buy up 2,000 acres in Arizona in the desert to build my data centers, but that's not an ideal location for a data center, and it's not. It's what it sounds like to me.
Well,
right, right.
so I think the question being, in trying to develop a plan, is it that people don't care or that they really care about maximizing profit?
Right.
And including that in the equation of if we want to get into a sustainable modality, should we ever assume the corporations won't do that? Now, that doesn't mean eliminate the possibility. It doesn't mean push them. That doesn't mean try. But what it looks like is you have 20 years of energy policy trying to force for recycling. Well, it turned out that, or 30, 40 years, the fossil fuel and petrochemical companies were the people behind the recycling programs because plastic is an oil-based product. How do you have the people who are responsible for the damage, the ones who manage the preservation? It's kind of backwards. If you think about it, the number of times companies have aligned with quote unquote green agenda to allow them to not be green in other capacities.
Hmm.
So what is the plan moving forward? Is it just moratoriums? Is it saying until y'all will act right, don't allow it at all? And are people able to make that sacrifice and say, cool, your computational power and access to information on the internet will be limited? Recognize the bookstore is closed. Recognize we defund in the schools. Recognize information and computational power are about to be synonymized. And what you were talking about, Marcus, they're buying the hard drives. So if the cloud becomes your only source for information about things, will you be willing to cut off your information source by limiting computational power in the country? Are you willing to then say we won't know how to do certain things because we don't have the computational power, or you have to pay extreme amounts of money to have access to your recipes? Because there's no book anymore that has recipes that you'll be able to buy. Or, I'm being a bit hyperbolic, but theoretically, what then becomes reasonable use? What then becomes like, how many of these data centers, how much computational power do we need in our society? And I don't know if that's a conversation people are having,
Hmm.
Hmm.
at least outside of like the data, the people who are like, more, all the power. That's the answer, more, as much as possible. So we beat China. The let's beat China thing as a motivation doesn't inspire me. I've never felt threatened by China. I have been threatened in my mind by international corporations that get too hype and are down to poison the people on the planet and lie about it.
Hmm. Hmm.
So,
Yeah, it says it's interesting because it also says that if you look across industries like the fossil fuel extraction, mining systems, industrial agriculture, cement and steel production are all actually way worse for the environment than data centers. But the issue with data centers is that the growth is extremely fast. So it grows faster than any other industry, like I just named. And if that growth continues unchecked, its environmental footprint could become much larger than it is today. The benefits are a bit more intangible for people. So, like when factory uses water, people see cars, food, or buildings being produced. When a data center uses water, it can feel like the water is being consumed by an invisible digital activity, which causes, fear. And then they compete with communities for resources. In some places, data centers have been built where electricity grids are already strained or where fresh water is limited. In those situations, local residents are being very concerned. And it says, um, can they truly be integrated with living systems to work in a way that's more beneficial for everyone? Like a regenerative data center would likely use reclaimed or non-portable water where possible, recycle cooling water in closed loops, recover waste heat to benefit nearby communities, run primarily on renewable energy, be located where its water and energy demands fit with the ecological capacity of the region, and be designed with watershed health and biodiversity in mind. Those would reduce impact, but he says, I don't think a data center can be anything like a living system or really regenerative in the same sense as other systems may be able to take on, like farming or whatnot. Uh,
well, the question I'd have is if the EPA and the federal government is not interested in green or regulation and funding is being cut for the basic science, who would develop that framework or protocol of what the capacity is for an ecological region? Like if you were to ask,
yeah. He says, how much computation does society actually need and what levels of ecological cost are we willing to accept for it? And who would be the people who would actually figure that math out?
well, yeah, so
That's the question you're asking?
no, the question would be like, what entity establishes what the ecological capacity is if the EPA doesn't have a mandate to do it?
Right.
If local government isn't allowed to do it, like the federal government has insisted that data center building, manufacturing, permitting is tied to national security, is tied to other initiatives so that it supersedes local prevention policy or local zoning. Because like in Memphis, the turbine, or not Memphis, Mississippi, one of the Grok facilities was a judge that said it needed to shut down his turbines because they were in violation of A, B, or C and had never been permitted. And the federal government stopped that judge's order and is allowing it to stay open as a national security concern.
Hmm.
So they're saying that when I asked your question, I said, what entity establishes what the ecological capacity is if the EPA doesn't have a mandate to do it and if the government purposely removes that expertise? Um, and he said this gets to one of the central government challenges of our time. There often isn't a single entity that definitively establishes ecological capacity. Instead, it's typically
Right,
placed together from science, regulation, and local decision making.
right. We
Um,
do.
yeah,
We essentially make that, and that's something that I specifically studied. It was like we essentially make those laws, and we haven't had the capacity to sit down as a consensus of people to create those laws, to create those throughways or those blocks to make those laws possible and applicable because of federal regulations. And that's something that like you said, even with the data centers, it's happened very fast, kind of underneath our whole idea of what's been going on. It's kind of happened so rapidly fast that we've only kind of surfaced up at the eye level of what's really kind of going on. And there's so like for me, like my only conspiracy is that there's so many things that it could really just be, and especially because of what they said, national security. Like who knows what that ultimately falls into, where these databases are collecting information about us instead of storing it on a cloud. And so somewhere in Mississippi, there's some hard drive that got all my internet history on it.
Mhm.
And I think that that's something that like those are actuals that like what I like to think actual possibilities, in which it's like this is something that is, I mean, even when, like I said, like even when we talked about this to our professor at school, he was like, "This is." He was like, "I'm gonna be dead by the time y'all figure this out," because that's
Mhm.
the thing. Like he's like, "This is the thing. This is the most important question of our time, especially
yeah,
because all of this stuff impacts land, air, sea, and just really like social interactions overall in general." And I think that this is one of those things where, like, for me, I've always just felt like I think the biggest thing is that like I said, I think it's more really one of those things where I've had to come to terms with is really like trying to come up with a consensus based solutions in which we are like, okay, how we all like as a body politic, how do we all see this and how do we all agree or disagree, and how do we use the internet as a means of communication, a means of commerce, a means of community, so forth and so forth. And I think like the biggest thing has happened is just really like, I mean, like the good thing is that like being around people like y'all is that we ultimately agree on how we see it, how we perceive the internet, how we perceive its uses. I don't think that the internet is good, but I don't think the internet is as dangerous as a quote unquote like something that could really harm somebody. Like I think that like it's no different than anything else that you use. And I think that there's also, but I also, and I'm only, what am I only feel like at the end of the day, there's so much that I don't know on the internet, and because I almost feel the same way as I guess is like as you do, Melissa, is the sense of like the reality of it is that like we've had two world wars, we've I guess we figured out civil rights, but now we walking it back. Like there's so much that we haven't even figured out. There's so much that we don't even know. There's so much that we've accomplished also as a human race, that like the idea of what could be or what should be is so far beyond us that like I don't think that there was never necessarily like I think we've always needed to put the brakes on things that like we just did not understand. And I think that that's what it is that the problem is that there's now like a government mandate to make money, to make a profit. And I think that that's been the problem. I think that that's where these data centers come into play, is that like they pop up and now they have to use these resources because they have to make a profit.
Yeah.
And I don't, yeah, I'm not with that, obviously, because really at the end of the day, like I said, like I don't want no hard drive with my internet history that I don't own, not in my possession.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that like that is just one of them things that yeah, I think that's what we're here to really kind of figure out. And I would say even further, it is this thing to me where it's like, and try to really like capture my words. It is this feeling of I don't know what they really up to in the long run. I mean, I know what it is, but it is this sense of feeling like, do these data centers ultimately, are they gonna be just like here to stay? Once they exist, they just here to stay.
Well, I think,
And
yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
no, that's it. It's just this thing is that like, are they here to stay? Now, once they stay, now that like, even in this whole idea of like a corporation almost being like a person, now these large language model data centers become are a part of corporations, and they become a part of a person, and so they use and consume resources like a person. And all of a sudden these corporations start to really, obviously what they are now is that they privatize the resources around the local areas and saying like, hey, because this legal person of a data center needs all these resources to consume, so now we created another enclosure around the data center.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think that the data centers are here to stay. I think one of the, not on this earth. I
Yeah.
think one of the things that people are realizing with this is that humans aren't going to acclimate to data centers very well. And the reasons they're not going to acclimate is because they're fairly ugly. They
Yeah.
don't actually provide a lot of jobs, and they
No.
do take away local resources. And so right now we're in this state of, well, we have to do it here because there hasn't been another option presented. But that's, I mean, unfortunately, people like Elon Musk and some of these other big tech guys who know that this is going to continue increasing, are trying to do more atmospheric. They want to have like basically satellite grab data centers out in space that collect water from the atmosphere to work completely differently. They want to set up data centers on other countries. They're drilling into the ocean floor to have them outside of people's sight. They're doing all kinds of stuff because they realize that it won't actually work to keep doing it here in the way that they would like to. So this feels like a temporary thing, but that doesn't mean that because it's invisible to us, it isn't harming the environment or the well-being of people and planet. So I think it's interesting in that way. I think it is also interesting to go back to that other question that you all brought up about. I think it was like who decides how much we can, like what the ecological, what was it?
Capacity.
Yeah, the capacity of the ecological system. And I think one of the ways that to think about that is like, a lot of times in the United States and with corporations and even with science here and stuff like that, it's how much can we extract before we harm things, rather than it being what does this place actually need to remain healthy, and how do we make sure we don't breach that. It's the same idea, but it's a very different, just that difference in language of, instead of how much can we extract, what needs to maintain, what needs to, how do we first assess that this system is healthy, we've kind of lost that tract because many of our ecosystems are not healthy anymore. Because the question has always been, what can we extract without making people too uncomfortable, basically? Um,
Well, a question I want to return to is, so what's reasonable use? Like, I think we could name a lot of negatives or identify the problems of technology, but then what's reasonable use? Like, what are we willing to do without? What are we saying is the balance of it causes, similar to like we have a car. I recognize that the oil production and fossil fuel industry is of no benefit to the world. I still drive. What's reasonable use? Well, for us, it's we have a car that has a very high gas per mile ratio. It's not a big truck. It's one of the smallest cars you can buy. We don't excessively use fuel. I don't do things in other ways to then kind of equalize or balance out my fossil fuel use. And so, like in practice, what for you two would be reasonable use when it comes to technology in conservation? Are there any good applications where like it you think it could help? Like I'm putting up bird monitoring cameras. I could get into well, how batteries are still poisoning the earth. I can get into how the development of the plastic made in these tools is not good for people. But is there a benefit to being able to see what the animals do without us disrupting their engagement? I think so. Is there benefit to people seeing what animals do around the world that they never get to see so that they want to participate in conservation and at some point come see it or save it or hope that it exists and it's real to them as opposed to Battlestar Galactica? So what are some kind of reasonable technology uses you all have uh that excite you?
Wait, that
I,
are being used now, or
How,
yeah, like
reasonable technology uses that are in action right now? You mean?
or that I'm doing in particular.
or just when you think about reasonable technological applications of conservation, what do you think? Like yeah, like what's reasonable? What makes sense?
But does it have to exist already, or maybe something that to come?
Why don't we start with what happens already?
I think about honestly when you oh man, I hope I'm not getting a sore throat or something. But I was just thinking about I was just really sitting here thinking about even with everything that I got around me right now. I got the computer and I got the piano on, and then I got this other mixer that I've been messing with, and obviously this is personal application. When I get into this stuff, and but I think about it even in terms of like how people really kind of utilize like electronics in in these convenient ways, and how just kind of what you said, like battery power systems, regenerative kind of systems. And I think like I was just thinking like, man, there would be just nice of a way to where like even with the stuff that I got right now, that there was just kind of this mechanism where it absorbed energy from the sun and it stored it, and I was able to just use the internet off the sun's electronics, off the sun's energy, use my mixer, use my all my kind of shit. And I was thinking about like, even with like solar panels and stuff like that. And I think like those are just like I think these personal applications for me have been kind of like this quote unquote, obviously we don't have, it's not something like completely new, but I think it's like this really kind of this throughway and understanding how we just really use resources in general in the most basic way. and I was just really like I said, even just with the whole solar panels, I was just like, man, it would just be nice, really, if we really did have some type of mandate where it was like, or some type of new technology where it was like we just had solar panel battery power like electricity in certain areas, or even just like if there was like a generator that was like a solar powered generator specifically in a neighborhood that fed all the little houses. That was my own. I think like that's just like a little probably sci-fi, but also just like the sense of like I feel like personal applications have been with like people, I mean, just like basically people using it at the most basic level and understanding that like they do have like sort of this impact, but then there's also like this opportunity to be able to be like okay, like what resources am I using, while at the same time what resources can I use that could just further the one thing that I'm doing, which is I mean like using the internet, using my music stuff.
Okay.
So you're kind of saying instead of coming from a commercial level of have as much stuff available to send out everywhere and have to sell it, like make more cars than people ever need, spend a whole bunch of money on marketing and promotion, and sell a whole bunch of stuff. The opposite of people figuring out what their use needs are, and then things being built around the actual individual use needs, and it not being necessarily a commercial driven process, but a personal application driven process. Is that kind of what
Yeah,
you're saying?
yeah, and I sort of think I even like bet against myself in the sense of just being like I know it's sort of a pipe dream because I feel like when people, even for us, like even for me, like in a perfect world, let's say if I had a solar panel out on the roof right now and I was generating so much energy that I had a surplus of energy, I would play my own devil's advocate and I would sell that energy for like, and I wouldn't sell it cheap. But I would also know that this was this was energy that was coming directly from the sun and being used in the most like convenient way or the most like direct way. Like you got it, I got it from the sun, you got it from me. And I only think about that in that sense because I realized that like people do have that capacity. Unfortunately, I have that capacity, not so much as the next man, but have that capacity to be like, okay, if I got a surplus, the surplus has a function in of itself. And
Mhm.
the surplus is to make a profit. And but then there is this aspect of like that's why I was like, if there was like these limits, if there was like these laws that we passed on our own self where it was like, or we created these ways that was like I said, like this solar panel generator that trapped in all the sun and created a greenhouse, quote unquote, greenhouse effect where it didn't let that type of energy escape. It contained it and dispersed it out to homes. And then you wasn't use the energy that you wasn't using, it would go to another house or it would
Mhm.
go back to the generator that it comes from originally. So that way it's both conserved, but then it's sourced out directly to whoever uses it at the appropriate time. And obviously that's what
Mhm.
it's like. Because then you start getting into like who can use it at what time. What are the most important times to use certain things? And that's my only like thing when I just be like, maybe we've maybe we need to reorient the way we look at the world, or orient the way that we work with the world and the means of creating and producing and also using resources that were much more natural to the flow and the rhythms of the earth cycles versus the 9 to 5 that we just invented.
That that's the part I wanted to, because I think what you just said, the last part is really important. Like I was thinking about the question that you originally asked, like when you said, well, what is good that technology is being used to do right now? And the reason that I run into a problem with the question is that I can think of a lot of good things, like for example, migratory patterns of animals, being able to follow, like how now we have all these identification systems through tech where we can look at a plant and say, what is this? And it can tell us all the things we could need to know about it and help us learn. We have, they can monitor whale sounds, they can look at where forest growth is depleted to make sure that people don't continue, so all these monitoring systems that help maintain or stop us, can potentially prevent us from destroying systems even more than we already have. I think the problem that I run into is that it's almost like those things that are happening, like there's a lot of drone monitoring and all these other things. They're happening because we've lost the culture of the land. Like we now are so much in a work and money system that we know how to work and make money, but that has removed us, like going back to that profit, efficiency, and ease, that's removed us from being able to identify plants the way people once could in their local areas. That's
Yep.
removed us from being able to know the animals and the ecosystems and when something's depleted and when something's not. In the United States and other countries like this one that are overdeveloped and where people are working 8 hours a day, like you said, the 9 to 5 system, and or agriculture is no longer about the land, but is about how much you can extract from it, produce from it, monocropping, all this other stuff. Now we need monitoring systems because we don't have local expertise anymore. We don't as much as we used to, as we once
Right.
did. And
Right.
we don't have a system of communication that helps people to understand from place to place, overlap. So those things are good in a system that's been depleted. And so that's why it's hard for me to, I'm not saying, so I think
So
that's a good thing, but it's also a
a, a,
tough origin story.
a question to propose to people, and hopefully people after today will also see it, and I propose it to you, Marcus. I'm I'm agnostic and ambivalent about where humans are in the process of being human and if we ever did it any better than we will ever do it. So I'm not sure if I start with we've lost anything. I don't know if I believe 200 years ago, just because people knew the name of the plant, that they knew how to actually grow them. They could have been confused by all types of hundreds of years of misunderstanding of religious teaching or
Right.
misunderstanding of cultural practice to just say we're different than those other people that we don't want to be like, so we cook it
Right.
differently, you know.
Right.
So but I do get the principle of, are some of the things we see as being beneficial just getting us back to normal and that we didn't need technology to get there? I think that's a very salient part of what Melissa's bringing up. And are we blind to what is being lost as we put so much emphasis on technology? And like, are we in a way not aware of our potentiality for certain capacity and intellect and engagement with the world? But I wonder why, or within conservation, why this kind of binary happens of it's almost hard to admit technology helps people. Like the fact that I can look up stuff on the LLM while we're having this discussion on a Zoom and people hundreds of miles away from each other can share information. We would say that's good. But we also then have to acknowledge, oh, but I use a computer and the computer has kids mine it. And I think what I end up at is, if we're not talking industrial level, then I don't necessarily feel super responsible. And that's something I have to sort out. When I think of who messes up technology, it's the fact that most humans, as you were talking, have a pretty low usage need of computer processing power. But if you have a job where you're sending emails and doing graphics, and then you need all this stuff.
Hmm.
And so on an industrial corporate level, it seems like wildly all excessive. On a personal human level, I don't know if I feel bad that people use their cell phones. I don't know if I think that's humans being horrible to the earth. I
Right.
may think it's Apple and the people who figured out the supply chain the way they have. I
Right.
definitely don't give them any credit in terms of
Right.
being humanistic. So
Right,
I have to sort out in my approach to this conversation my kind of um ambivalence in like humans make stuff that affect the world around them, just like ants, just like bees, just like every other animal. But nah, the bees don't make up Monsanto. The bees don't create nuclear weapons. The ants don't come up with the things we've decided to do that are very unique in nature. So I'm still sorting that part out when I think about what's reasonable use. And what's reasonable use on a personal application level, like you were talking about, Marcus, versus reasonable use for a hospital. And
right,
like when people talk about plastic and anyone harasses me about my plastic cup, go tell the hospital they can't use plastic. Figure that equation out.
right.
Because I use how many straws per year all day in a hospital? Plastic, 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 plastic. But you'd want people to not have sanitation? So there's math that is deeper than my brain can manage with some of this stuff. But I want to understand other people's thoughts on it. What's your take, Marcus?
No, kind of coming from that last thought, I just think of it all as like we're just at this existential crisis where it's like we've made things I think part of it is we've made things that we know don't do any good, don't do any like their use value is meaningless, probably worthless, or and much more damaging than we've thought, perceived, conceived. And but obviously like the atomic bomb,
Hmm.
they thought of that, they knew exactly what they was doing, why they was using it, so forth, so forth. Extreme example. Anyway, I think that like there is this aspect of really like the sense that first of all, like for me, I think like technology is one of those things where it's like it's just used in such a way where people think that like you using it. Well, first of all, like I said, like technology to me is almost like this pencil. Like this pencil is technology at its finest. Like when
Hmm.
whoever invented the pencil or the pencil was invented like thousands of years and had to be perfected in order for it to hold in my hand, sit in my hand this type of way, for me to flip it around, to erase it, for me to hold it, to write with it, for it to be sharp and everything. Perfect technology. At the end of the day, like and then the advancement was the pen, and we always have like the idea of the pen being mightier than the sword. How at the end of the day we've used this pen as a means of technology, where you write down, you put your name on your first home owned house, or you put your signature, the judge put his signature on the fact that you're gonna do 35 years. So like this has good and bad applications.
Word, word.
And I think that like when we talk about technology, well we're talking in 2026, we're talking about the modern advancement of the industrial revolution at where we're at in technology, as in cell phones, hardware, cars, iPads. I could go on, and I think that like I think that it just really just needs to be like this little bit of like separation in how we just like talk about technology or advanced technology. I would kind of call this pencil primitive technology, or feasible technology, analog.
Hmm. Hmm.
And I think that, and then after that, like for me, it's like I would separate what type of technologies what we're actually talking about, and then there's this idea that's like sort of floating around, and I think it kind of goes back to like these data centers, really. is this feeling that like ultimately, like them being built
Come on.
really just doesn't have no use, no real use. But then there's like this also of just like, because like, yeah, like they're not gonna be here for long, or they're gonna turn into something else. Yeah, like I'm kind of curious. I'm like, so like, what else is next after a data center or a iCloud satellite?
Mhm.
Because that's, I think like it just kind of like, that's what it's like, and I might be scatterbrained for this moment, but it just really is like there's this realm of impossibility, or this realm of like, it's not that I don't understand, but it's almost just really is like, so like at this point, like what have we, what have we done, what are we trying to better what we've already perfected in certain senses? And I feel like when you was talking about like wires underground, wires under ocean, and telephone poles and things like that, like that's where I feel the same way, where it is like, okay, we've already put pipes and put wires underneath the ground, underneath the subway, underneath East River, so we can connect to Manhattan and the Bronx and so forth and so forth. Why do we need data centers? And I feel like it always just really kind of goes back to the sense of like they really are trying to make a profit. And I think that like my biggest fear just really would be like, these are essentially, like I said, and this is like almost like this other like conspiracy thought of just like, my fear is really, it is like these data centers ultimately become just what they are, data centers, and it just really is like a place where your history, your all your Facebook posts like exist somewhere, but then it's like this actual block, this disc that like that they pick up. They be like, oh, Chris Carr is thinking about like, or like, we got some information on Chris Carr and we want to move it to one of our other facilities, so we can process his information faster, or information clear, or information, somewhere else. So, based on what we feel like, how necessarily it is a means for like national security. So they take your hard drive out the data center, and they move it to from Mississippi to Arizona, and whatever information that they doing in whatever that they doing in Arizona at that data center, like it ain't what they doing in Mississippi, and it
I mean,
becomes, yeah,
I
it
would
just becomes
wonder
scary. This idea
how
for me,
data is held at this point. Like I think after like the bit torrenting, or after coming up with methods by which data is rebroken down in order to save space and keep it constantly moving, it makes me think more of like the what is it? The beam me down machine. I can't remember the transporter machine in Star Trek, where there's this realm that's in between the physical to where you can store massive amounts of information that in physical space would be very difficult to manage. So I don't know if my stuff is in any hard drive anywhere, or if parts of it are spread out amongst hundreds of different servers, amongst hundreds of different hard drives as torrent and can be
right?
pulled together easily. Or if, yeah, there's a consolidation method. I don't think anyone will ever get the info on what happens with our data, to our data, how it is reparsed, resold, remanaged. I mean, that's its own rabbit hole of like, I don't even know if the technologist can explain how that
Well, that's
works.
why I feel like that's all it really boils down to, is that like, I think that's where we're at, where it becomes unexplainable, and that's where I'll be
Mhm.
like, I think we need to start really having people power, community power, start coming through it and being like, I just don't want my data like just being up and being siphoned like that.
Just taking notes.
What were you thinking, Melissa? You've been writing over here for a moment.
Well, I was just taking notes on what you all were saying so I can reflect on it later. I like to have a little record. Um,
Nice. Yeah.
But well, I am interested in discuss. So I don't know what the innovation sprint was, like the end goal was, but I remember you asked something on the Google form that said like, what is a way that you would like to see
Hmm.
technology being utilized?
Yeah.
And two of the things that came up for me, and I have no idea if maybe there's already stuff happening in these areas or not, because like I said, I'm not 100% well versed on the way that tech is being used in conservation or in kind of maintaining ecosystem. But one of the things that bothers me on a daily basis that I would like to see reconciled in some way or somehow worked out is ro- people who are consistently hitting animals on the road when they're driving.
Mm,
And that seems to be happening like so much. And like if you go on a trip on a highway, you're just seeing right.
right.
So that was something I was interested in bringing to people as like what could be a technological thing. So I mean, I don't know exactly what that would look like in terms of monitoring. Like I guess could there be something where there's like some sort of monitoring system that somehow supports drivers and animals, and with some sort of warning signs? Could there be an underground, like some kind of sound that is unheard? I don't know. That would be like, that could be bad, but I'm not exactly sure what the solution is, but it feels like there could be a solution. That there could be different things offered through technology that could support that. Like even if it's a notification in your car, like how you have a
Mm,
radar for cops.
mm-hmm.
There's got to be some way that you could have like a radar for deer crossing up ahead, like animal on side of road, like where it could start beeping because there's something on the side of the road that's moving. I don't
Right.
know, but there has to be something. So that feels like something that would be a very responsible use of technology, since we do have all of these roads that like there's two ways of looking at it. One is how we could use tech to warn people, and the other is how can we create more animal crossing with our roads, like an actual infrastructure issue
Mm,
that could help solve the problem. Like, there may be plants like oregano, for example, and lavender that a lot of animals don't love the smell of. Maybe they should be planted all along the sides of the roads to kind of deter certain animals from going around there. I don't know. So there's infrastructure and then there's the tech monitoring. So that was one thing. And the other thing I thought would be a really good use of technology would be, and maybe they already do this, but I certainly haven't heard about it. If every corporation had to have some sort of monitoring system attached to their boats, that so like there's a lot of dumping in the ocean of waste, and if there was some way that there was monitoring on every single boat above a certain size that goes across the ocean, some tech monitoring that let us know if they were dumping, and a transparent scribe, like an archive of every corporation and the boats they use, and how much they're dumping regularly so that humans can see what's happening, that might deter corporations from actually doing that. And that feels like something that would be very feasible.
So that gets into, I really like what you mentioned about the infrastructure and the overlap of technology with real world analog physical things that would have to be changed. And then regulatory issues, whether it's federal government or consumer protection.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at cruise ships, there have been a number of cases where cruise ships have dumped their waste, their
Mm-hmm.
human waste in oceans once they get outside of monitoring. And there's definitely technology to manage stuff like that on the magnitude.
Yeah.
Um, there is an issue of managing like transatlantic and also like just large waterway traffic in that boats are monitored via certain radio transponders and not via satellite per se. And those radio transponders only they're dead areas. And so
yeah.
boats change their call signs, boats change their flags. They do things in the analog world to make it very difficult to monitor and track them. Um, and but there is technology being developed that could manage that. Nick, I saw you popped in. Did you hear Melissa's question about, is there technology available or could there be some application developed to help with animals getting hit on the road. And one that I think of is all of the cars now have computer systems that monitor the activity of the car. And is there a way to log where you've either hit an animal or almost hit an animal, and you could at least develop a map or an awareness of where collisions happen, are likely to happen, or where infrastructure changes need to be made? Because you have the data. Nick, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting idea. I think the problem that comes to mind is that, I mean, cars are already such technologies of surveillance in this way. I can't remember what I was reading about this, but like centralizing that data is like, I mean, it just makes me think about all the trust that's involved in something like that, which I still think is feasible and would be really interesting, but it's just something that comes to mind. I also remember like I had a friend who went to the new school for conservation, and she was thinking about doing a thesis on um like building roadways in such a way where they're like natural transition points between like biomes or like areas of woods or whatever that are like built for animals to be able to get over roads and stuff, which I also thought was really interesting. Um, yeah, it's just like,
Well,
yeah,
if we were to layer it, right, and have one layer of questioning at, is it technologically feasible to use data from the cars and their centralized systems to have a better understanding of where collisions with animals happen or almost happen? And then another question of, does the development, if it does exist, or if it doesn't, we have to develop it, does the development or implementation of that now raise other issues around privacy, surveillance, and mistrust slash misuse in the past? So
yeah,
like with the first question, do you think it's technologically feasible to develop a system that could help us know more about collisions and possibly prevent them in the future?
yeah, totally, totally.
And so then we're back into the kind of consumer protection or person protection of what happens with all the additional information that can be derived from that type of system.
Yeah, yeah, which I think is like a cool impetus. Like, we really need data protection laws, you know, all over the country, whether those are local laws or federal laws, ideally also. Um, so like I could see actually like if there is a really strong like locally supported idea around how data can be used for kind of public benefit, um, and there's support around it, and then you pair that with some idea of guardrails, it feels like, oh, could that be a way that you actually not only advocate for, um, this ecological cause, but also like the data privacy cause together?
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, and to I think add on to Melissa's kind of, the funny part of all this is the same solution opens up another box of problems. So it's the settlers come over with their rabbits, the rabbits eat up all the vegetables, procreate, get out of hand. They bring over the dogs start eating the rabbits, they get loose, they turn into dingoes. Next thing you know, you hear stories of dingoes eating babies. Now, whether it's true or not, it's a metaphor of like the solution can cause a problem. In, I guess, making people aware of the technological advancement that's already available. I went to CES maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago, so who knows how much more it's advanced due to AI. And at the time, I was meeting people working on each individual part. So they had the car that would be able to, when you held the steering wheel, it picked up on your heartbeat, or your pulse and other biometrics. It recorded certain biometrics for then if you wanted to use your thumbprint or whatever else to get into the car. At your house, you had your full system that was attached to all of your appliances, da, da, da. But at the time, the car and the house were two separate companies and they didn't talk to each other. What made it clear is once you take all these independent individual systems and you centralize it, basically there would be Skynet or whatever else you want to call it that knows everything about everyone due to these interconnected surveillance systems. That is a problem if you think about hegemony and a paramilitaristic state that has identified certain populations as being less than human from its founding. I don't know how you square that circle when you're not allowed to even talk about racism and ethics in the study of technological advancement, according to the federal government under the current administration. So that gets back to what's reasonable. Do I just say don't allow it because we won't do it right? Like, would that be a reasonable perspective? Or is it reasonable to assume like no, humans can self-manage? What are you all's thoughts on that?
Uh, my thoughts really, I think I think I'm slightly optimistic, even though I bet against myself previously of just being like, I think human beings can manage uh, the idea of this idea of both trying to. I like what what's Nick said, because that's what
Yeah.
I've been saying. Of like, if we could try to create these laws, public laws, like self-directed, self-guided laws that personally control our data, our management of our data, then we be in a better place. But then also like this idea of like I feel like I think we can manage that. I don't think that like obviously not to sound whatever, but like obviously I know that history isn't a straight line, and I know there might be a pushback, but I think that like we can manage that. Like I think we can manage that conversation, and for it to not be a conversation at all is sort of I feel like is the problem. I don't know if that makes
Hmm.
sense. Like the fact that like we just kind of bypass the idea that like we just don't have no say so over our own data. Like I think that that's the thing that like has been the disruption really, and the real mismanagement of our government is to assume that we just don't know what to do with our own shit.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
And I wanted to say real quick too, um, because I like what Melissa was talking about too about the about and furthermore, like I said, I go to the new school, so like, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do is like I was really, and I've been sitting here because I've been sitting here looking at uh, understanding because I already took, me, I was already taking classes on acoustics and sound waves, and so I've been like, is there ways to create almost kind of like what Melissa said of like kind of like a particular sound that was like how like I hate to have this example. You know how for people they don't want standing around. If you're in front of a building, they make that little like sound, and it's like real cute, and
Yep.
but it's like real annoying. I was like, is there like sounds like that we could make that is discernible to the animal's ear to let them know like, hey, this is a road, don't come over here. But it's not, but I'm also thinking in a positive sense of being like, but it's not like I was gonna say like it has to be pleasant, but I know it has to be a bit of like disturbing the peace of being like, hey, don't go over here. And so I've
Right.
been like sitting up being like, what are good sounds? What are bad sounds? What are good sounds? I had to sit here and mess with the Moog apps and stuff like here, and just really try to really figure that out. And I think that that is something that like I feel like that's just something that we as human beings can actually tackle. And I think that that's like something that like shit, like if I could do something like that where it's like, how can we build, how can we like even, and I know I'm just jumping on top, jumping on another thing, but it was almost like, and this is probably already made, right? How can we make the New York City subway system sound better? Like not sound horrible to the ears. How can we create a better tunnels where it's almost like sound tunnels where the sound escapes, the loud sounds escape outward and maybe like go through like some type of tubing that goes either like outside or kind of like out into the air, something like that. I don't know. But I
Yo,
was thinking of
I
like those things. And those are like that just kind of expands on this idea of like how can we use technology in a very like manageable, efficient way.
I want to tape what you just said because to get Nick's opinion on this idea of like what reasonable use is, and then I want to go back to the last thing you just said. So, Nick, what in your mind when you hear the phrase of like what's reasonable technological use for conservation practices, what's reasonable to you?
Yeah, I think like as a technologist, I have a very different orientation than I do as like a civically engaged person. Like as a civically engaged person, I'm like, oh, I think, we should advocate for these laws and they should be possible and all that. As a technologist, my orientation is like, let's try to not interact with any of those institutional bodies as much as possible because it's going to take years and I just want to do something that's helpful. Um, and so it's just like, what are the small interventions that we can make, if we're using technology with technology on the ground that will just work. And so, like, something like you're talking about, Marcus, like, it feels like, you could kind of just do that on some level of if you made a device that did make, a chirp or some kind of sound like that. Um, I mean, as long as you're not breaking some laws by putting it up there, could you just do that on your own property next to the road or whatever it is? Like, and then maybe you find like some neighbors who are like down to do that too. Like, that's the angle that I go in terms of like, let me just like start doing this and like see that there's some kind of quote unquote impact like as soon as possible because trying to go the full institutional route is just like so exhausting to me as a concept when it comes to that kind of intervention, even though I really admire that work and think and like believe very deeply in it in another sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, Nick, part of your notion of reasonable includes a certain amount of immediacy.
Yeah, I think that's right. Because it's like reasonable as feasible or something.
And I want to go back to what Marcus said, and then Nick, I had a question for you. Um, where he said, "How do we make our world sound better?" This is, this the most like obvious things that don't get said. And how many young people are being encouraged to understand sound, acoustics, audio, music, vibrations, or any of those other things with the concept of it's not just art, it's not just entertainment, but that the vibrations and audio world around us do affect us. But things like that, to where trains and I use equipment all the time. The noise that I'm exposed to running planers and mills and all this stuff is we're used to it after like being around it growing up in cities. But these leaf blowers you can hear blocks away. The lawnmowers you can hear hundreds of yards away. Like this stuff is wildly cumbersome and like invasive to the audio world around us. And could in an interesting way like audio cultivation be a conservation modality when we're thinking about humans as being natural and part of the natural world? Or have we almost partitioned and said, well, if we're talking about train stations or if we're talking about mechanical equipment, we're outside of nature, so that's not really conservation. So you're bringing up a double layer, very good question. That I don't have an answer to. I'm just thinking about it.
No, I don't have an answer either, but I was really sitting here thinking about it because that is, I mean, that's the question that plagues me every day, even when it just comes to music. How do things sound better? How do we make certain things sound better? And I feel like what it is definitely in that sense is that like just like kind of what you said is that like we've separated this idea of like I could just almost just kind of really feel like we forgot about the idea that like once we build a building, now the building has to be perfectly structurally resolutely sound. And I think that like obviously like especially living in New York City and because of even just like what you said, like that example of like the leaf blower concept, that might be the greatest concept, the leaf blower or the lawnmower concept. You are blocks away from somebody using a leaf blower, but yet you could hear it. And that question like leads to like, well, how do you hear it? It's because of the way that sound travels. Well, how is sound traveling that fast? Sound travels at this much at this rate at this point in time, give or take, if the wind and stuff like this. But it's almost like, well, how are we building neighborhoods to make sound travel like from that distance to make it sound as if like the leaf blower is next door when it's blocks away?
Hmm.
And then now that's become a structural problem. That becomes a problem of like, well, maybe we're not building neighborhoods acoustically, to be able to resonate sound or reverberate sound in such a way where it it's much more further away than it appears, so to speak, or it's much more, or it's muffled in such a way where it doesn't really harm the decibels that you need to listen to. And I think about that, and I just it's like, yeah, like I feel like that's probably one of the things where it was like we, like I think it's like just like coming back what you said. It's like it's just something what we're just like teaching out of people. Like we've emphasized too much on, but then I was like, maybe I'm just, I'm a musician, maybe I'm just not an architect, maybe I'm just
But think about that.
not in
Think
that
of
world.
think of how many other people have jobs with the notion of make the world look better. Think of how many people got jobs as engineers when ergonomics and that's a chair, but it messes people's backs up. And since they have to work 10 hours a day, make a chair that makes it better for them. How frequently outside of entertainment are people told the audio world can be cultivated and can make it better for us? Like at a high level, like you go into a hospital, they purposely do certain things with their decor and the sound or whatever else. But on a general, like day to day, it's almost as if we've been told we have no say over it. Just like we have no
Right.
say over the advertisements we see. And graffiti artists were like, word, y'all gonna put this trash up and you're gonna let the city be in disrepair. We're gonna beautify it and have things that we want to look at. Are we given that same primacy when it comes to audio and saying like, why are we in a world that's full of noise and clatter and things that actually probe at our central nervous system and make it hard for a lot of people in society? When we're back to, well, is someone forcing the people that make buses to spend the extra $4,000 a bus so the engine's quieter? No. The people in power are like, no one's complaining about how loud stuff is. We support the bus system. They vote for us, and the lobbyist gives us a bunch of money. Okay, let's keep everything pushing.
Right.
Um, so interesting. Now, Nick, I had a question for you. Earlier, a question came up about the claim that we need these data centers in order to be the world's leader in computational power and ability, and that knowledge dissemination and like computational power will be correlated, and people will eventually be buying computational power, what have you. I know businesses use the internet a lot, and businesses use MailChimp slash email services or marketing services or agentics or what have you. But from your understanding, how much do regular people need data centers to be built? Or are they really the feed or like source for industrial level computational activity? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, I think, you know, if we're talking about like knowledge leadership, then you have to start with the question of like if regular people using AI actually grants them like additional access to knowledge or not, or if it's like eroding their knowledge base. And I think it's probably a bit of both, is my understanding. It's like people can become totally dependent on it, and that's like a clear like knowledge erosion case. And then, you know, there's studies that are also like, well, if you really push AI to be a kind of thought partner with you, but you don't take it for granted as a solution giver, then you can use it to do certain things. And I do think that there's, a potential for a kind of expedited learning, maybe, but learning still requires friction and difficulty, and AI doesn't quite give you that. So, um, I definitely think like the geopolitical question is like way overblown in a way that's super convenient for those businesses and, like nation states. But um, for consumers, for, regular people, it's like um, I don't know, like there's kind of a lack of ability to be really self-determined about that in terms of like the way these AI systems are engineered and what they can do. And um like also they're people are, yeah, like kind of like you're saying, like people are being mined when they use AI, like not just in terms of the way they can have like degradation of brain function, but like also because um uh their data is being used to train the models
Hmm.
when you interact with it on a free tier. If you pay for it, then you're not feeding training data because those contracts are usually pretty clear. But um, yeah, so um,
Well, that leads me to another base level question that came up before you joined. And I don't expect you to be the sole voice slash correct about everything you're saying as like expert, but I think you'll be able to shed a bit more light than I definitely could. When people say AI, how would you differentiate between the internet and what the internet is, then AI, and help people understand like their companies like OpenAI, which utilize whether it's large language or generative, how would you kind of segment these, or how would you explain here's why the internet is different than AI and what people mean when they say AI?
yeah, it's a really good question. Yeah, no, and I'm using the term loosely too, which is not helpful, but like Google like was always in a certain type of way. Well, originally, I don't know if I construe it as AI. Originally, it was like a clever algorithm. And then that algorithm became a machine learning system because it started becoming a recommendation system that's personalized, that basically they're building a data model of every individual user and using you know, various machine learning algorithms to refine that model across their huge scale of data, their listings of all the pages of the internet, or many of them. Um, but the difference between that and large language models is kind of in narrowness of the function. Um, a Google search, you know what a Google search is. It's an input query and an output, which is a list of pages. and you can personalize that algorithm, but it's still that constrained algorithm. Whereas a large language model is a mapping of an input prompt to output language, but language to language as we understand it and as large language models are engineered is like a super general function that is actually like many types of functions at once. And so I think that's the real difference is that large language models are really like, meant to be a kind of, and I use this word in big air quotes, like universal function on language, which is, basically like, given whatever language you give me, can I produce something, I would say, like economically valuable that is language in response to that?
Mhm.
And how would you differentiate generative AI from when it's not generative AI?
Yeah. I mean, generative AI, I just think about as producing language. I mean, uh, I think like you can kind of use generative AI in a way that's like more constrained. Like you can say only reply with one number or something. Here's a math problem, only reply with the numerical answer. That I think in some sense is like um starting to look like things that are not generative AI, but like, what's an example of something that's firmly not generative AI? Okay, like there might be like a clustering algorithm. So a
Okay.
clustering algorithm is like, here's a data set. Can you split it into the five components of this data that are most similar to each other, like internally? So basically making like five distinct groups out of a broad data set. And that has like it will always output things in that exact shape. And, it's very data centric and um yeah, versus generative AI, it's like really it's like can produce a non-deterministic number of tokens, that amount to language basically, um, in response to any prompt, and then you're just like constantly training and retraining to make those language outputs fit the shapes that you think are most appropriate and best.
Okay. So in a way, and I don't want to be or oversimplify this or be reductive, if you were to use like you said, an algorithm or something to analyze data sets, but it has somehow involved machine learning or has been able to manage like new inputs or something, that's not generative. It's not creating anything. It's just parsing, sorting, and in a way representing what was available in a way a person could understand better.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
Okay. And generative, you're getting more of, you said it's non-deterministic. So A, you might not get the same result every time for the same input, as well as it is in a way generating a probabilistic outcome that match what the user would want, as opposed to just analyzing data, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think that second part of what you said is more just about how LLMs are designed, but the first part is really the key part of it being generative. Like
Okay.
the generative thing is like it can be like the length of the output can change. The kind of shape of it can change in some sense. You might get a response that's like 100 words, or you might get a response that's like 1,000 words. So I
Hmm.
think that's kind of like the generativity of it. And then the LLM thing is like, how do we make a large language model commercially viable? Well, we try to make every output, whether it's engaging or, productive or accurate or whatever, like all of those kinds of parameters at once.
Mhm.
Okay. Wow. Um, Now, were there any things that we brought up earlier folks wanted to return to? Or Nick, did you have any questions for the conservationists that will be seeing this?
Um, I mean, I'm just interested to continue hearing, you know, where your heads are at in terms of your imagination and also like the problems that feel most like pressing or um like potential um or disturbing or whatever.
hmm Well, I got Nick to I asked about the difference between the internet AI and that, so
Hmm.
we had an explanation I can show you.
Oh, good.
Um, what are some of your other applications? When you think about the road and keeping animals alive, what other areas draw concern for you, Melissa? Or like, are there other areas where in the future you could see wondering if technology could help manage some of these issues?
Well, um, I think that something that's happening now that I think could happen more with technology, and maybe Nick, you know more about it, but in I know that in like certain parts of Europe, like in the Netherlands, this all roots from more nature, but this idea of circular systems and closed more, regenerative circular systems um, across the board being something that can be kind of tricky for municipalities and um, governments to kind of work out within the more linear systems that they have in place at the moment. And so, whether it be agriculture, whether across industry, essentially, there seems to be AI being used to support like more circular approaches. Have you heard about this, Nick?
Um, I don't know. Can you
I have to give more information. I've just been learning about it through the work that I do with the Low Tech Institute.
What do you mean by circular?
So like well, circular economies is one way to look at it. Another way to look at it would be looking at like regenerative agriculture, for example. So that's one that we know more about because we're starting to do that here in the across the Americas as well. But basically reacclimating government systems and industries to a more closed loop model where nothing is going to waste and things are being kind of dispersed throughout. So the only examples that I'd have to send you links because me talking about it probably won't help. I'm still learning myself and I don't really fully understand it. But I guess what I'm saying that AI could do in the more macro way of looking at it, if we step outside of circularity, is more just basically you can utilize, like, so basically if one municipality figures out how to create using AI, figures out how to create a more circular regenerative system when it comes to um, building materials or textiles or um, water reclamation or whatever it is that cities all have to do, basically, and urban spaces all have to engage in these different models. Then they're figuring out ways to do that with AI and then to monitor it and to design based on this new model. And there's companies that are, I think one of them is called Dark Matter Industries or something. I can send you the link in the chat in a second. And basically, they're supporting governments in doing this work. And then those models can be used by other governments and other industries. So similar to how we look at, same idea with how we look at like zoning or how like building materials that can be used in codes. Before it was really hard because you have if you want to use a new material, like let's say hemp bricks was one of the ones that came up here, or cob building or straw bale insulation or things like that in certain municipalities, then there's no code, and basically all the people who are trying to build with this stuff have to like get an engineer and a planner or zoning person to like help them create the code around that thing so that they can
Mm.
use it legally. Do you know what I mean by that part?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
So,
really interesting.
yeah, so now with AI and with technology and the way that it's kind of evolved, that's much easier to do. To create more like conservation entities or material and textile people, material people, designers, builders, urban planners can begin using large language models to kind of generate, you know, code, to generate policy, to generate all these things, and then they can be duplicated and used by other places as well. So I think I would like to see more of that, like what kind of things were we held back by before because of our regulatory systems and body that require a lot of law, a lot of paperwork, a lot of, policy and different and a lot of money to get all the people to figure all that stuff out now can be done fairly quickly with certain checks and balances. And so I think that there's a lot of opportunity for designers at the large scale when it comes to planning cities, for example, and when it comes to just building homes. There's a lot more opportunity to actually engage in things that were nearly impossible before unless you had so much money and expertise involved. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's super interesting. Especially like, yeah, it's such an interesting intersection of ecology, architecture, and law.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, and yeah, no, I mean, I find that super exciting. Yeah.
And I think it also allows, and so the problem is always going to be for me with technology. It's not, I guess I was thinking about this because earlier before you came, we were talking about like, Chris was like, well, what are good ways that technology is being used? And I kind of start from a little bit of a cynical space when it comes to that. But I think that the problem isn't technology itself, it's the innovation and the ecological understanding of humans and how they're willing to use the technology. And so unfortunately right now what I see in overdeveloped countries is basically, technologists or tech folks like using it again to continue this continuous cycle of profit, efficiency, and ease in our systems, rather than using it to really better humanity and the natural world. And so all the things that I'm talking about are very feasible. It's just there needs to be a body of humans that actually want to do that. And if they can't figure out how to make profit off of it, like the other day I was watching some news 60 minutes, or it wasn't 60 minutes because I don't think they do that anymore, but it was some sort of news thing that my parents are watching and I happened to walk in and they were talking about this material that now people are using, this very complex material that they're using in California now to rebuild towns and cities and houses that have been destroyed by the wildfires. And this new complex material that I couldn't tell you what it is because it's made up of things I've never heard of are now won't burn. But we actually know that there's already materials that won't burn in nature-based systems like cob that actually work, and there's been people fighting to get that code put in place, and that code has made some leeway in California, but we're still spotlighting the overly you know complex materials that no one knows what it is. So 10 years from now, we're going to be like, oh, whoops, that thing that they used to stop that doesn't burn actually has this other thing in it that's been destroying the core of our earth for the last 20 years, but we didn't know. We never heard of that material, you know? And it's like, actually, we could have used something that has been around for thousands of years and is totally safe when it comes to fires and inflammable. And so but we chose to use this other thing because industry controls it and industry makes money, you know? So I mean, I think that's for me what the issue is. Like I want to see the ecologists leading this stuff. I want to see the nature-based technologists like getting involved in it. I want to see traditional ecological knowledge being spotlighted over industrial revolution stuff. Like
Right.
how do we move in those directions? And other countries are doing that. at a much higher pace, and they're seeing that connection and how beneficial it could be for future resilience. But our country isn't there.
Yeah, I love that. And so if I can reflect some pieces of that, like it feels like some of the kind of advocacy work and data work and legal work is saying like what are the intentions of the current building codes as they exist? What protections are they trying to like create? And then saying, well, these traditional technologies achieve all of those intentions and then some. Here's the data that demonstrates that. Here's how we can show what like safe building practices in these technologies look like. And so like here's a code basically that achieves the same things as the original code that's built for this corporatized material. But it works for cob houses or what have you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think that's where the problem basically comes in, is that we're still in, and I guess this is where people's minds would really change about technology if we saw it more spotlighted in areas where it wasn't helping to make money, helping to turn profit, but it was actually helping to better systems. And I think we see that in some of the conservation stuff, like monitoring of water use or helping scientists to be able to do things that used to take, you know, years to do, like figuring out where wolves travel throughout certain amount of time, and what that does for the biodiversity or the ecosystem of the place, and what happens because of that migratory pattern. That is something that used to take so long and now can be done in a really short amount of time. Unfortunately, we hear a little bit less about those things than all the things that are like pushing development in ways that are going to make us a ton of money. And so I think it's just reacclimating mental space and figuring out, you know, and I guess it's kind of hard in a capitalist system to figure out like how we can actually put money into spheres that support outside of industry-based profit. So I don't know. I mean, those are some of the things that come up for me.
I do have another question about that. And then Alex, I had a question now that you're part of this. But Nick, have you heard of any great breakthroughs that have been directly attributed to AI development and advancements in the past year that are like, we actually did develop 5 new cancer drugs? Because I remember when all this stuff was first being pushed, let's say 2 years ago, the idea is we are going to better humanity with this technology. Yet what I've seen is agentics to send out emails and do scheduling and a whole bunch of administrative stuff, a whole bunch of platforms that now let you to, I guess, kind of cheat with finance or like use computers and bots to do predictive markets and play with crypto. A bunch of deep faking and weird social media, as well as propaganda creation. But has anything come out that like technologists can be like, we told you we'd help the world? Is there anything that you can think of?
Yeah, yeah, there's some limited things. One is Google. I'll see if I can find the link, but Google basically, I think it was a cancer treatment, like came up with a new candidate, like kind of, I don't know if I can't remember if it was a drug or like a gene therapy or something, but they like came up with some research direction that was basically like a new idea that was kind of a synthesis of other ideas, but like some credible scientists were like, this is genuinely interesting, and we wouldn't have arrived at this, and like, this is cool. And they
Yep.
published that, sometime in the past year or so. And then
Yep.
the other example, I can think of, and who knows how much money it costs to get that result. The other example I can think of is Anthropic, which develops the model Claude, has this thing called Project Glasswing, which is like a cybersecurity project. And so they claim they've identified all of these vulnerabilities in different open source technologies and institutional technologies and whatever. all of these unidentified bugs that hackers could be using to exploit the software that they, privately found and reported to those companies and helped them fix. And so that's like a very different kind of use case. It's not exactly, I think what one might imagine in terms of like bettering humanity, but yeah, it's another kind of thing.
Mm.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right, I'll look that up. Now, Alex, I saw you jumped in here. Do you have any thoughts on reasonable technological use or application when it comes to conservation? Or what brings you to the chat today? What do you want to share with us? We're gonna get the technology right, you know.
I think
My
he's on
bad.
mute.
I had to figure out how to unmute myself. I'm in the car. I'm here because you invited me and I want to support my friends. What was your question?
What are your thoughts about reasonable technological applications or uses when it comes to conservation or kind of sustainability?
I think that you have good and bad with everything. I think that we look at a lot of the negative stuff, but if you want to look at technology for farming, for example, indoor farming, you have all of these kind of cloud-based systems that allow you to do nutrient dosing and controlling your environment and being able to like dial in a system in ways that you could never do before, kind of manually. Like I can run like 5 or 6 grow spaces off of my phone nowadays, where let's just say we're doing that in an urban environment where we're providing food to the community or whatever. I would be able to, as one person, manage, multiple spaces, which I could never do with just my 2 hands. I mean, if I was like having to be on site at all these different places.
And for people who don't know who are going to end up seeing this or who are on the chat, Alex is not just project managing, but I don't even know how many different titles in getting a garden. And when I say garden, I don't mean garden. I mean this is a facility, like building full of gardens on multiple levels. And so where are you all using technology? So you said you could manage like your nutrient dosing, you could manage, I would assume, irrigation water, air temperatures. What ways in practice are you implementing these technologies?
One of them is a program called Neurovine. So Neurovine would kind of work as like a brain. So it is able to maintain and dose all the water chemistry. So you're getting your pH, your EC, and everything right. It is making sure that the levels that you put into the program, it maintains it. It doesn't do it for you though, so you have to tell it how to think. You have to give it directions. But once you do, you don't have to sit there and constantly monitor it. Now you should go and monitor it yourself so you can make sure that the sensors are running correctly and everything is dialed in properly or calibrated properly. But once you've done that and do that twice a week, this can kind of do all the work for you and eliminate a staff of like 3 or 4 people that you would need to do that consistently for something that says.
Okay. Are there things you wish you had technology wise that could help your operation?
In what sense?
I'm asking you. I'd have no idea. Like, is there any
Oh
time
yeah,
you're
yeah,
in
yeah,
there?
yeah. Like robotics. Like I wish that I had like um some sort of automated robotics that can harvest 4,000 plants in a day. When we have to deal with humans harvesting something like the basement, for example, you're looking at 83 man hour. 83 man hours and stuff like that. So you're looking at pretty much somebody's full-time job that you want to get done in less than 24 hours. So if I was able to have something that was able to run 24 hours a day consistently, that didn't have to use the bathroom or sleep or take breaks or whatever, we could be far more efficient and our turnover could be much quicker.
Now, I'm going to say something that is a pure question, but obviously is going to feel loaded. There are people who would assume having a job is better than letting the robots do it. From your experience, do humans like picking strawberries for 12 hours a day in a warehouse basement? And is that a good use of human activity?
No, I think that that would be the equivalent of slave labor. And you want to give people jobs that can help them grow and evolve, as opposed to just menial
Mm,
tasks that could be replaced by an automated system.
mm.
Okay. Okay.
Like I'm sure
Um,
people like to do it here and there, but I don't think they would like to do it for 40 hours a week consistently for a career.
yeah.
They,
Inside.
they, they would like to do something where they actually can grow and evolve. And now there's people who want to work in the gardens and stuff as a hobbyist and everything, and that's perfectly fine. But this is something that's much larger than a hobby. This is something that takes a lot of time and energy,
Yeah.
and that
Yeah.
that that time and energy can go into stuff that actually develops your mind and helps you grow and become better.
Now, I don't know if that's my service. The rain just picked up. So, Alex, you just went fuzzy. Marcus, you still with us?
Yeah, but I actually gotta go
All right,
to do
bet,
some
bet, bet.
gardening.
Bet. Well, this has been dope. Any last thoughts before you head out?
No, I actually really appreciate Melissa, and I really appreciate some of the things that she mentioned, because now it's getting the ball rolling on some stuff that I gotta like really sit here and think about for my next moves. But that's I really appreciate you,
I
and
appreciate you too, Marcus.
for sure, definitely. And I just, yeah, you know, I'm happy to support. I'm glad that I came through. I'm sorry I was a little late, but I didn't forget about you, buddy.
No, everything has been perfect so far.
Yeah,
Yeah, I found
yeah,
this very inspiring too. I loved hearing your thoughts, Marcus, and just being able to talk about this stuff is very helpful. Like, I would like to have a monthly about this type of stuff because there's so much to think about and figure out. I really like it.
yeah, for
Yeah.
sure, definitely. All
All
right, then.
right. Well, then I'll holler. Now, we're not closing the chat, so we'll be here. I'm going to keep my Zoom open till 6 p.m. Peace, Marcus. Check in at whatever the point.
Yup,
Um,
peace.
and so this is our first one of a kind innovation summit where I just have the Zoom open from noon to 6 p.m. We've done about 2 hours so far. Marcus jumped in around 2:15. We've had Melissa involved, Alex involved, Nick's here, and do any of us think along the lines what Alex said that some of this technology, if implemented properly, can give us more free time to live more human, full, and exploratory lives where we don't have to work as much? I mean, theoretically, under Keynesian economics, around the 1920s, Keynes proposed or like predicted that we would develop technology that would allow us to do a 15-hour work week or almost down as low as 10 and have the same technological benefits and like life quality of life as when people work 40-hour work weeks. What we've now seen in 2026 is people are working 50-hour weeks and in certain capacities have less than they had in comparison to 50 years ago. But if we take a positive view, Nick, do you think that some of these technological advancements can free us up to do more human activities? And Melissa, what do you think about that?
I absolutely think what Alex said makes a lot of sense. And that's not what I'm seeing happening
Mhm.
yet. So it doesn't feel real to me. And I know they're saying robotics and like and those things are gonna happen, but so that's the part. Like if I separate like my trust in how things move versus ideally I think that would be amazing. Like the part that you said that I really liked, Alex, was the idea, and you said it so simply, that these kind of mundane tasks like picking strawberries in a basement, um, we're not talking about the mundanity of like cleaning a sanctuary, like how monks do, that might be good for the mind in some ways and allow people to think. But picking strawberries in a basement for 8 to 12 hours a day, that kind of mundane, repetitive, kind of slave labor-esque type, which I know is probably intense to say, but type work should really be taken over by robots that can do it more efficiently, do it quickly. And the part that I really agree with is that humans should be doing something that helps them evolve. Not that kind of scenario where they're just kind of harming their own physical being by doing this repetitive activity for that many hours. So I totally agree with that. If that is where technology went and how we used it, I think that would be phenomenal.
I think it's about the laws of duality. I think that, on one side, we got infinite possibilities out there. That is the potential, or there is the potential that we end up working for the robots. I think
Mhm.
we are the ones who can take control of that. But one of the
Yeah.
points about, the stuff about the guy who's in the basement for 8 to 12 hours a day picking strawberries, if he's not being, or she is not being kind of stimulated, they're not going to do a good job, and it's not going to be consistent. And rightfully so. Nobody should be doing that type of stuff. You know what I mean? Like that.
Mhm.
It's 2026. We're in the ability that those people should be actually running the robots or managing the systems or stuff like that. They shouldn't actually be doing the picking of the
Mhm.
strawberries per se. And the consistency is going to go down. The turnover is not going to. It's going to affect the bottom line. All of that stuff, and it's just not good for them mentally.
Yeah.
It's like the equivalent of them like doom scrolling or something like that. Just doing this like repetitive thing over and over again that really doesn't make them a better human.
Yeah, and actually, at least in that particular example, even though it's in the basement, it's still they are picking strawberries that potentially feed people. So for maybe like 5 years of their 20-year life of doing that, they could potentially feel good about the overall purpose of what they're supporting. But it that would diminish fairly quickly, over time. And so I think yeah, I mean but see, it takes a changing of the entire system. So that's the part that I would love to see, right? If we actually were to go these directions where robots took over all of these mundane tasks and very dangerous things that humans should not be doing anyway, like even though this is an industry we want to go away, but mining, humans should not have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That is just horrible. And so having the ability to have technology take those things over, if that's going to maintain. Now, hopefully we change that whole system because of technology, but point being, yes. And then it would be so amazing to see what could spur if people actually were able to be utilized in ways that were much more about like evolving community and engagement and collaboration and intellect and whatever it is.
Well, Nick, so I pose that to you. Do you think that the technology is has the potential for freeing us to be more human?
Yeah, I mean, I have two big thoughts about this, and I really appreciate you all raising this conversation and the points you're making. I feel like my first point is like in my own life, like I think if people saw the way like I use AI, I use LLMs like every day for like most of my work. And I think if people saw the way I was living, it's just absurd. Like I feel so lazy. I feel like I do so little and I have really flexible hours and it's just ridiculous. So I do feel in that sense like this level of freedom that I do think like LMs have afforded me, where like I don't have to work that hard to execute on like a lot of things I'm working on. There, of course, limits to that and ways that I do have to work hard, and I tend to work some nights and some weekends, whatever. But um, second thing is, I think just in the broader conversation, um, the issue is like, do people have access to that evolution when jobs get automated, or is that just like the thing that, society and companies kind of pitch around what AI can do? but actually they're just using it to concentrate power and wealth. And,
Mhm.
it's not being redistributed in such a way where, okay, you don't have that job anymore. What do you get to do? Like, and how are you given the platform to do it? Um, and so, like, I've felt like I've heard a lot of good critique of universal basic income, but at the same time, it's hard for me to, like, I haven't heard a policy proposal that feels like a better approach yet. I've heard of like jobs guarantee ideas, but I don't really know I have less of an idea of how we get to a jobs guarantee than I do to a universal basic income. Um, because like the idea is like people's needs have to be like basic needs have to be available to them before they get to like self-discover and explore other means of, productivity, or even, things that are not normatively considered productive, that kind of vision of society where, some people can self-develop a craft, some people can be more freely artistic, whatever it is. Um, so yeah, I kind of like historically have thought like, yeah, if there's going to be this huge generation of economic activity that's facilitated by AI that frees um, that frees companies to not rely on people to do certain jobs, then there needs to be some kind of redistributive mechanism like a universal basic income that's funded by a tax on that or whatever. Um, or, we just end up in like, hyper poverty kind of scenarios.
No, I'm not going to distract myself with universal basic income conversation, but I'd want to that we should table that because I do want to figure out how you manage, and it ties into what we're talking about, is what's too big. Like one of my issues with technology and with the business principles behind it are the growth expectations, and what investors want to see it turn into is never reasonable. And a part of me is, how do you regulate that? And so a question I'd have about conservation and sustainability is, right now, technology is the most non-regulated field in certain ways, and it bleeds into finance, so that you're having technology companies say they're not financial institutions or platforms, but things like Polymarket are allowing a form of gambling, numbers, and weird, easily manipulatable market stuff that generates real life money. And I don't see how you can get through this stuff without federal level regulation, local level regulation, and consumer protection regulation. And apparently, all three of those things are anathema and the antithesis of capitalism. So I'm wondering how to bring up a real conversation around not just universal basic income, but capping the growth of some of these companies. Like in the NBA, the league set a salary cap. Like y'all can't spend more than a certain amount of money because it creates such an imbalance in the league. And it actually fixed some of that imbalance. And you had teams that were horrible one year that 4 years later were able to, due to equity, get team members and win a championship. And you had fewer things like the Celtics getting 11 championships in whatever amount of time, or however. I don't know enough about sports, but y'all get the point. Um, do you see caps and regulation on the financial elements, not just the environmental elements, on technology companies being necessary to get to some of our sustainable or environmental goals? What do you all think about that?
Say that last part one more time. The part that was the last question.
Like financial regulatory impositions, or like caps, or things that aren't like, you can't use this amount of water, or you can't build this many facilities in this region close to a waterway, but actually these companies aren't allowed to invest more than a certain amount of money in certain projects, or they're not allowed to be bigger than the local government in certain places.
So you're
Yeah, I
asking
think
who? Go ahead.
that's not just on technology, it's on capitalism in general. There need to be
Well,
caps to
so I'm
capitalism. I mean, in 1970, II or whatever, they had the Crisis in Democracy, when they made the thing where they wrote about, there must be caps to capitalism, because just like there needs to be caps to personal freedoms. To manage something, there has to be limits. So yeah, you're 100% right, but it's not just technology; it's just the free market in general. I mean, you shouldn't be having people who have the ability to be trillionaires and you still have people out there starving, or the fact that 25% of the world doesn't even have access to clean water. Like, there have to be caps to this stuff to keep things in balance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think, I don't know how to answer. I agree with what Alex said too, so I don't want to take
What were you about to say?
Well, I just think it goes back to the same, so that question that you just asked is good. Does there need to be caps? I think also, unfortunately, what I keep seeing in the capitalist market when it comes to technology is that companies are trying, kind of doing whatever they can right now to keep people on the computer. Like, so basically, how do we keep people sedentary? How do we keep people repeating this same behavior that we have behind the screen for them to engage with? And that's how we make money. I think, when are we going to start asking the question of, like, how do we utilize technology to get people back out into the world? Like, to get, whether that's going back out into nature, whether that's going back out into community, whether that's going back out into the imagination, like, however you want to look at it. We need people getting back out into the world. Right now, we are creating a sedentary existence for so many people. And that's what technology seems to be promoting because of the way the market works. Not necessarily because that's all technology can do. It could be doing very different things.
Yeah.
So I'm
Sorry.
gonna ask you a question. My
Mm.
fault, buddy. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, no. Yeah, I totally agree, and I feel like the thing is that, like, it needs to be economically viable to spend time outside is like my, like, realist, whatever, of, like, you know, like okay, like everyone's just getting squeezed so hard by capitalism that you need to spend time on your computer, applying to jobs or hustling or whatever. And, like, I just think about, like, how do we make it so there is, like, a market for cob houses, or, cob house construction? How do we make it so that more people have access to land and, like, access to time to spend outside or whatever? And maybe it's a little bit of, like, a false binary, in that people can be, like, utilizing their time and effort in different ways that, like, enable those things, but that's just what comes to mind. What were you about to say, Alex? Sorry to.
No, it's my fault. What if, as we know, everything evolves and grows? What if
We can't
technology
hear
is
you quite well.
the
Oh, say that
latest
again.
form of
Wait, can you
Darwinism?
repeat yourself? You're going in and
What
out,
if
Alex.
we know that everything evolves and grows and changes over time, but we have the same kind of repeating patterns. What if technology is just the modern form of what we know as Darwinism? Our relationship with technology could be the equivalent to back in the day, people's relationship with plants. Like, the technology is technology in a very destructive kind of, low frequency way. And there's systems set up to trick people into that. And then there's also the people who are using technology to make their lives better, easier, more efficient. I think there's both can be true simultaneously. It's on us as humans and our relationship with the technology and how we use it.
Now, so I'd be interested in how you or how we would then talk about this co-evolution. And it's something that I've been researching a little bit around the idea of dogs and people saying that humans have ruined whatever the wolf was, turned it into dogs as part of the domestication process, as if humans had it was a one-way track of control. And what some folks would say are that dogs and humans co-evolved, and that basically, yes, there are numerous examples of humans capturing and forcing dogs or wolves into domestication and breeding them into pugs where they can't even breathe properly. But that historically, as humans developed, wolves and the predecessors to our current canines started learning how to live with our townships. And initially, it was them encroaching and stealing. Eventually, they started, when they could safely, roaming, and then eventually stealing from individuals, and then individuals taking them in, and humans adapted to live with dogs, and dogs adapted to live with humans. I don't know if I believe that, or if that's like a colonial explanation for taking control over another species, but it has elements that make sense. There are truths that historically it wasn't just humans capturing wolves, that animals, when we have food, come around and like being around us. Now, does it mean they actually want to be around us, or they're following their own evolutionary kind of genetic code? And so are we going to say computers and internet and wireless and these devices are a natural development in the same way we would say humans were in our relationship with the world? How do you all think about that?
I don't think it's natural, but I think it is what it is by the way that people build things. You know, you go from
Yeah,
industry to technology. It's a natural evolution. You know what I mean? Like, um, I don't think it's natural in comparison to our relationship with the earth. It's very unnatural, but it is natural when you think about the fact that we went from an agriculture society working in the fields to an industrial society working in factories.
yeah.
So, in
Nick,
that sense, it's natural in terms of the direction that humans have been going as a species, but it's very unnatural in comparison to like what we're supposed to be doing primordially is like, being in alignment with the planet and nature.
that makes sense. Nick, do you have any thoughts on that?
Sorry, I got distracted. Where are we now?
And the idea of, is technology going to be another development that humans just adapt and evolve with, or is an extension of our evolution in a certain way? Do you think that it is similar to um, like any other natural process, and that we will and should just evolve with it? Or do you think when we make these technologies that somehow that's disparate or partitioned from natural or nature?
Yeah, yeah. No, I love that question. Yeah, I mean, I think like with LLMs, like my feeling is like, damn, these are so powerful. They really are so useful. And so it's like, it's the conversation where like, there's kind of like the degrowth camp, but then like one of the counter voices to like, oh, like we should just be using less and doing less is like, are you gonna tell like undeveloped countries that they shouldn't have what we have? Like, and there's like that way of articulating it. And so it's like I think there's so much more we can be doing to make these technologies sustainable if that was really like a concerted part of our focus. And like, like solar energy is like super abundant at this point. Like in China, they have like too much solar energy. Um, and like, there's still obviously environmental cost to that, like manufacturing solar panels and all that kind of stuff. But it's like, it's really hard for me at this point to like imagine like going back. And like it's kind of like an arms race thing, but it's also like yeah, like kind of a cyborg thing of like these things are a part of us and they're a part of our ecology. And so we should just like work with that and embrace that. I definitely fall on that side of the camp.
I'm sorting it out. I think at a base level, anything humans do are part of the natural experience. I do recognize the notion of synthetic products and that something there's something about synthetic chemicals where our bodies just do not manage it well over time. So when I think of we want to avoid sugar because of diabetes, so we come up with a synthetic, that synthetic always works worse with the human body, just about, than the regular sugar if we had just moderated our sugar intake or other elements around it. So I don't want to say anything humans do are natural in the sense of normative or would have happened if there were no humans around. Part of how I try to establish my understanding of natural of like, does it occur outside of humanity? So is morality a real thing? No, it's a social construction in my mind. I don't think the animals have any notion of right or wrong, especially based on a omniscient, omnipresent, all loving, and omnipotent God that has a gender or sex to it. But on the other hand, I don't want to act like what we do is unnatural or somehow perverse. Because I think there's a lot of judgment in the words natural, artificial, synthetic, organic, and etc. Arsenic is organic and kills you, So I'm always somewhat confused by where I fall because I definitely have an emotional feeling and an intellectual recognition that red dye number 40 is not the same thing as you getting pigment from a plant that's red, you
Hmm.
know. Now what does it all mean? Should we have red dye 40? Now we're getting into other conversations. But I do think I have to sort that part of it out in order to have a perspective of what should be. And I remember I had a sociology professor, Madison Foster, and he was like, there's an equation for understanding your paradigmatic lens. Is versus should equals ought. So when you look at the world and you see is, make your survey. When you then say should, add that or combine that with the is, and now you know what you ought to do in order to get there. So I have to better understand my what is. Like, do I think it's natural for us to create these huge data centers? And if I do think it's natural, does that still mean I think anything's acceptable with how they are implemented, used, created,
Hmm.
or what have you? And there's kind of this idea of unless you're ready to throw out the baby, the bathwater, and burn down the house, you shouldn't complain about anything. And I don't know about all that.
No, yeah, I'm with you on that. Um, yeah, it's an interesting framework. Um, yeah, but yeah, and I share your kind of emotional resonance with like plants and that, I'd almost on that tactile level, versus like, yeah, that chemical thing and that manufacturing, and also like that gets into like the history of medicine and like how there were a lot of medicines that came from traditional medicines, even though that credit isn't always paid, and um, but at the same time, like, I still appreciate that there is like a scientific approach to those things getting incorporated. So I do like have that kind of like westernized like worldview in some sense.
Help me understand that last part. What would you identify as being Western in that?
Yeah, maybe yeah, that's a good point. That might be problematic, but like I'm thinking of like scientific method as like, yeah, I mean, no, actually you're definitely like disentangling that a bit for me in real time, but I'm just thinking about like, okay, you have like a traditional medicine from China or India or somewhere, and I can't remember. I learned about one recently that was like there was a Chinese herb that was used as a painkiller, I think it was. Like it's a super common painkiller that they just like found the compound and like just started manufacturing that compound, and uh but no credit was kind of paid in terms of like recognizing that lineage of where it came from. But now it's just like a Western drug that's like super commonly prescribed for pain killing or whatever it was. Um, but like, yeah, I'm just thinking about like the approach by which you do a double blind study and then you like do that like 8 more times to replicate it, and like that's the thing that establishes that that knowledge is like real and truthful.
Right. Right. And this brings us to a question that came up before you joined. Do you think, or how do you view um our state now in terms of having an awareness of the natural world? Do you think humans were more quote unquote connected or are more disconnected now?
Um, yeah, I mean, I would say disconnected for sure. I mean, but yeah, it's like it's such a tricky thing. Like, we're talking across cities, and like I'm so grateful to be able to engage in this way. I'm grateful to be able to engage with my camera off, but but
You're like, dog,
um
I'm in my pajamas right now. This is awesome.
yeah. But you know, so like in that way it's very connective too. It's just like totally changing the let's bring in the word ecology. It's like changing the ecology of the way we're connected. Um, and um, but like, yeah, connected, but also like, would I say I'm more like disembodied than I would be for sure? But at the same time, then I could go back and say like, well, but I have access to modern medicine and whatever, and maybe I'd be dead by now just because I got some disease that we've taken care of or something.
Mhm. Yeah, it's interesting. And at the root of it, I think part of why I wanted to have this gathering and discussion was to see where we all fall on this spectrum of how threatened we are by technology, how excited we are by technology, how willing we are to identify and recognize some of the risks or dangers. What are those? Oh, we have extra seeds. Oh, Melissa's been holding out. What we got over here? Um, and to get a read on what it is, because I found myself like when we had our board meeting with the folks up at OCCA, it's 14 different people, and I was like, what do you all think when I say the words machine learning, artificial intelligence, and data centers? Watching, and also the average age of them is probably 62, would you say, Melissa? Um, the first question is, well, how is machine learning different than AI? Then the next thing is, don't really know much about either. And the third is, I don't know what a data center really does, but I think they're bad. And I wanted to have a space where we can get a bit more nuanced in how we're, where we're starting, what paradigmatic lens or ideological lens we're starting with, if we are all going to be communicating and working towards a common solution. And I think with me and our board members, we all have a mission in mind. We all have a certain understanding of things we'd like to do to protect waterways and clean water, things we'd like to do to protect rural communities. But we do not have the same common language when it comes to machine learning, AI, data centers, and what it means. So I'm just glad we're able to have this talk. In about 15 minutes, we're going to hit the end of our first 3 hours, and I'll probably keep the Zoom open, but then I'm gonna take like a 10 or 15 minute break and make a snack or what have you. And then I'll be back at 3:15. If anyone is in the chat at 3 and wants to continue speaking, go for it. If you want to join later, we will be around. And I think my homie Flex might come by and do some in-person stuff. I want to talk to him about how art and music could be implemented in conservation and sustainability conversations, and kind of in what ways using technology, whether it's doing like a tiny desk out in the woods or something like that. Um, and how to not be corny, because anytime people want to use art for things that aren't just art, you get the record industry. You get corny songs when you're little and they try to do a rap about the government works like this. And then there's a whole bunch of, and I don't mean this to say that all folks in the world shouldn't rap, but there's a whole arena of white folks that do professorial rap where it's like conservationists hire a really nerdy white person and then do a rap about like environmental change and stuff like that. And that has its own weird things around hip hop and fetishism, but that's for another conversation. So in our last 12 minutes before our initial break, were there any questions or things that came up that people wanted to return to, or any things you'd like to leave in the chat so I can ask other people when they join later this afternoon?
I think a good question is, if we don't implement new ways of doing things, how much time do we have left with the unsustainable way that we've been currently doing things?
Good question. And have left in what sense?
Perfect example is, you talk to certain people, they say because of monocropping and industrial agriculture, we've sucked so much carbon out of the planet that we have 50 to 100 years left of us being able to grow things outside the way we were doing it previously. You speak to other people and they'll talk about, climate change. And I'm not talking about global warming. I'm just talking about climate change is affecting the way that agriculture is set, the way that we've been growing food for the past 1,000 years. We don't have a fall or a spring anymore, so that's changed the way that people actually are able to harvest food and stuff like that. There's so many things happening right now with our relationship to technology, our relationship to the earth, that there have to be some sort of we have to pivot. We have to embrace something new because the old way just doesn't work.
So in a certain way, is there a doomsday clock? Like, when we were dealing with kind of nuclear proliferation, there'll be these certain activities that people say, "Oh, you're getting us really close to when we blow the whole world up." And up until a pandemic, there were some pretty strong timelines, but apparently that's 6 months to a year of things being thrown off. Nature was like, "Yo, I come back quick." And it kind of gave scientists some awareness that actually, if we change some things, it would be wildly different in 25 years, as opposed to if we keep going the direction we're going or do it worse. So I wouldn't even know where to get the information you're seeking. But I think starting with, like, if we continue monocropping, if we continue with soil depletion, if we continue with water usage in areas where there isn't, and how climate change is affecting growing seasons, I think people have studied those different elements. I don't know if they've then combined it together to say like how they all then interact and what your total kind of matrix would be of those interactions. But that's a very good starting point for research.
Well, no, it's been figured out. I mean, you have to eliminate companies like Bayer and Monsanto who try to monopolize nature. But a point that you made before about what we saw from nature bouncing back, the when we talk about what comes next or how much time do we have left, it's not the earth. The earth will be perfectly fine without us. It's us as a species. Humans aren't going to be the ones who are going to survive, but the earth will survive just fine.
Yeah.
Like the earth is going to be perfectly fine. We are the ones that may not be able to inhabit the earth.
Yep.
And rightfully so. That may be something we deserve.
I mean, you'll notice in nature, the bacteria or some of the pathogens figured it out. There were some that would infect a host, reproduce so quickly, utilize all the available energy and material to feed. The host dies, it dies. And so then some were like, "Oh, no, let's do parasitic, where we don't kill the host, we just live off it forever." Others do the keep it alive long enough for us to spread to another host. But so humans aren't unique in being self-destructive to the environment that allows us to live, and it may lead to our own extinction, or we may figure out how to better live with and not just be a parasite, but who knows.
Well, and that's why the whole idea of colonizing space is so terrifying, because it's like, all right, we're not going to change our ways, we're just going to take them to Mars or some other place outside of the earth that we've already destroyed. as opposed to adjusting our kind of perspective on life.
I know it's like you can't take care of a plant, but why don't you go buy an elephant? Uh, but humans do fun stuff.
You can't
Uh,
take care of a plant, but you're going to have a couple of children.
of course. Uh, now, Melissa or Nick, do you have any final thoughts in our last 7 minutes?
Yeah, I would just say I'm super intrigued by the direction Melissa was talking about in that intersection of ecology, architecture, and law. Just because the law thing is like something that's a little bit in my wheelhouse, and it's just super interesting. I already started like a little Claude chat just to get some research going about it. So I'd be down to do like a mini sprint on that if it's interesting.
Oh, mini sprint.
I like that.
Awesome. Melissa, any last?
I think the big question I'm still thinking about at the end, after all the amazing questions that came up, is the one about how do we engage technology to get people back to nature, back into community, back into collective spaces and collective work. Like, how can we use technology to do that for us rather than keeping us tied to computers and tech? What's the point of having everybody tied there?
But that goes back to the Darwinian part. Maybe not everybody is supposed to do that, and that's how you'll have the fork in the road. You know, what's up? Have you,
it doesn't mean everybody has to be around people all the time. Like, and I think if you look at nature, community, open space, even in their homes, like there are many ways that people can engage in the world that are still solitary or more focused. They don't have to be tied to computers, though. I don't think humans have to be tied to computers if we're going to use computers properly.
No,
And
you're 100% right. But what I'm saying is, when given that choice or that free will, how many people are going to have the self-discipline to log off and, you know, not be attached to the computer?
That's why we need the technology to push us. Yeah.
So here, and this is where my biases really extend. Historically, I would say technological advancement is neutral. In theory, in practice, it develops out of a political and social organization around power and has an intent and a use, especially now when we think about LLMs, they train on our material. So they're inherently exploitative. They pull labor from others and then redistribute the wealth generated in a much different community. That then makes me question, will we have the ability to moderate our engagement with it if someone spends $500 billion figuring out the biochemical way the human brain works in response to lights, sounds, and flashing screens? If theoretically the movies got made about the hypnosis box decades ago, that like it may be possible that folks are figuring out how to literally hack our central nervous systems, and not in a good way.
They already have.
You know, so that
this
makes
was
me
spoken about in the mid 70s when Jerry Mander wrote the 4 arguments for the elimination of television. He spoke about all of that stuff. He spoke about our relationship with artificial light and how it isn't good for us and our health. He spoke about the way that they have figured out ways to hijack our subconscious and unconscious mind through marketing and everything. And he wrote this before cable existed or before the internet existed. So yeah, I mean, this is something that is already been in the works. It is a very dystopian future we are looking at, unless we get a level of awareness of what is our relationship with the screen.
And so part of me, that's why it'd be hard for me to say, can we fight this evolutionarily? Like, just are there certain people who will not engage with it and they will be surviving more and then have more offspring? Because one of the things with Darwinism, it's not the survival of the fittest or the strongest or the smartest or the fastest. Sometimes being the slower one meant that you didn't get killed first, had more kids, and then whatever else. In our society, clearly, it is not being rewarded to be the most empathetic, the most compassionate, the most reflective upon your effect on society. And so the rewards for our evolution right now seem to be detrimental to the rest of the population. So it's a question where I wonder of, can I apply the same principles of evolution when if I believe that some of the technology is made to hack our evolutionary principles and foundations? That like adds the extra sauce on it. That's not just like I stand up in the woods and have a fake deer call, put some food on the ground and make it smell like a woman so the buck comes out and I shoot it. This is next level
Yeah.
of so I question it a little bit. But
Well,
you're not wrong.
maybe this is about those who check out. Maybe this is about those who realize that like we had thousands of years without technology. We don't need it, and we log off and go back to our primordial state.
The questions. All right, so it is 2:58. So we did about 3 hours off the opening. I am going to make a snack. I'm going to leave the Zoom open. If you all are here when I get back, it would be great talking to you. If you log in later, awesome. Otherwise, thank you for our first annual inaugural innovation sprint. And we're not done. I'll be back at about 3:15, and we're going to 6 o'clock with it open. But
I'll
I
come
want to
back
say,
in a minute. I'm gonna go home and walk my dog.
for shizzle. All right, then I'll see you later. All right, Nick, don't mind me. I got to put together a mini chainsaw also. So if I see you, I'll
Oh,
see you.
sick.
You know, I know I just got it. And I tried to get the Greenworks one so it's less loud so my neighbors don't complain. And they just went out of town. So I have about 2 or 3 days to get busy over here.
That's smart, Tito. I'm glad you did that.
I don't want to beef with them. They're just nasty people that are already mad in their lives. And so I want to avoid it, but I also can't really cater to their needs. It's tough.
Do you work tomorrow, Tito?
I don't work for the next couple of days. It's an awesome time.
Sister Jennifer is around and gonna come for dinner tomorrow.
It's coming here.
Or we can go out with her.
I mean, I'm surprised she wants to hang out with me.
I'm surprised too.
Wait, let me stop recording this. Is this coming off or not, or is it just making noise? I can't tell. Let me stop recording. Please have pause that.
Recording in progress.
All right. Are you hearing any echo or anything like that?
Nope.
All right, perfect. And we are recording again. So currently we are returning back to our inaugural, soon to be annual innovation sprint, and we are talking about biophilia and tech. And when I say biophilia, I mean the love of life and plant life and animal life and human life and natural life and all the experiences. And I'm sometimes going to extend that into the inanimate objects of the world that we engage with and interact with. It's all part of the system. And so Nick, who would you say you are a technologist, my friend?
Yes, I would, my friend.
Okay, so as a technologist, if you have conservationists or people who may not have had much engagement with technology or much understanding of how new developments in technology could be useful, what is a good conduit or pathway to get more familiar? Like besides just go on Google and say, how does the internet work? Or besides going on Google and saying, how could technology benefit a conservationist? Are there any platforms, any spaces where people can learn on how the internet or computer use could be useful to them?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I feel like it's definitely a learn by doing thing. And so I would say like the things that I would recommend doing are not like necessarily like go code an app or something. Like I think there's lots of ways that technology, especially as it currently stands, can be useful in like more discrete tasks, like doing research Uh, LLMs are genuinely really good at doing research. I definitely appreciate and love people doing their own research, but as a quick way to get a sense of things, LLMs are really strong at finding a bunch of links, synthesizing general things from them, specific details you're looking for. Like, for example, I just did a search based on earlier today, the conversation Melissa was leading around uh, cob houses and what are the regulations. So I prompted Claude, I said, research cob building codes in the United States. Where are people allowed to build cob houses? Where are they not only allowed to do that, but the building codes actually reflect specifically cob house construction? What about Europe? Research deeply. And it came up with like 2, 3 pages of notes about here are the specific states, Oregon, California, Germany, France have these specific things. They differ in this way, they differ this way. Like that's a lot of work that it just synthesized really quickly. And then you could do similar things kind of on the back end where like say you have a data set that you just want to get your head around. You can like ask an LLM to do an analysis of it. Like lots of things like that are kind of like low mid-level knowledge work in terms of like complexity. The nuances are still very important. You're still gonna have to push it yourself. You're still gonna have to think through it critically, all that kind of stuff. But um, and I understand if people are not comfortable with it, but if you want to get familiar with the technology, then yeah, I'd say like learn by doing in that kind of way. Think of just little experiments you can run.
And in your work outside of kind of your experience learning about technological systems and computers and coding, in what way have you been able to incorporate technology into some of your social justice work or work that does make people's lives better, theoretically?
Yeah, right. So like my kind of main day job is like working on disability benefits access and building tech around that. And so like a lot of that comes down to kind of like know your rights research that's like fairly legally complex. And so I'll use LLMs to say like, well, if there is this specific situation, like do the policy manuals say anything about this? You know, people are losing food benefits access. We're working on that in New York City right now. So it's like, okay, what's the difference between claiming that you're taking care of a child under 6 and claiming that you have a child under 14 and how you claim those exemptions? Like parsing lots of little detail that requires you going through page and page and page of documents. Um, it can definitely be like a jump start to get a quick answer that then you can investigate further, doing your own legwork.
And in that capacity, what are these systems good at doing, and what should you make sure you have a watchful eye over?
Yeah, I mean, the details are, I think, at this point where things can go wrong. And so, LLMs on some level are like narrative generators. Like they're just kind of willing to um create narratives that are coherent within themselves. So you kind of always have to be willing to be watchful over them and like be like something about that is surprising. Is that really true? Uh, and you can ask the LLM that too. You can say like, "Hey, this strikes me as wrong. Like, is that supported by this kind of document that I would expect to see, or you know, have people found other things?" You can push the technology in these different ways, and it is important to like always bring your own mind to the table. Um, there have been studies that are interesting that are like the quality of the LLM output reflects the educational level of the input. So like a PhD chatting with an LLM is getting more like PhD level responses versus like an undergrad student. And obviously that's very normative in terms of understanding people's complexity of thought in terms of these educational levels. I'm not meaning to do that, but there is something interesting there in terms of you bring your own mind to the table and you are critical using your full faculties, you get a better result.
In trying to verify or come up with what would be the equivalent of peer-reviewed or consistent responses, it seems like, and help correct me if I have this wrong, but it seems like with more traditional systems that don't involve machine learning, if it has been programmed to manage a query in a certain way, if you offer it information or format or syntax that it has not been programmed to manage, it can't kick out the output. But if you do it properly, you'll get the same output just about every time. With these systems, you can alter your input and use whatever syntax or your different level of education, like you said, and it'll give you a different output, but getting it consistent. So once you get an answer, how to get that same answer is actually very difficult to re-engineer. Is that correct, or how do you view that?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you define or like what level of difference is important to you. Like the content might be substantially the same if you just are wording it slightly differently and whatever. Um, but uh I think about like the book Emergent Strategy by Adrienne Marie Brown. It's like you can't, which is just about like, this is kind of how the cards fell this time, and I'm going to use that to keep going. You kind of have to have that like level of unattachment to the super specific thing. But, I mean, I think those kinds of differences you're talking about are most important when like inaccuracies creep in. Like you don't want to see that in general. The current level of models, the large language models, are pretty decent about being rarer, about bringing in inaccuracies, so-called hallucinations. Um, if you are trying to get a consistent output in a particular kind of way, then it sounds like you are using an LLM for like a specific function that maybe you're even exposing to the world in the sense of like building a website that has an LLM in it or something like that. And then there's kind of a whole like kind of engineering around that, which is about like um, making everything else as consistent as you can. And that means not just the inputs, but like the set of steps that you ask the LLM to perform. Um, Maybe it's a multi-step process to kind of generate a consistent output.
Is getting consistent outputs a challenge to then verifying uh accuracy?
Right. I mean, it depends on how you're trying to verify accuracy. Like the main way that I am doing research with LLMs is that I'm asking it to do research and cite its sources. And then, I might look at those specific sources, or if I'm feeling even lazier, just tell it to do an exact quote from the source document that justifies what it said or something like that. Um, so it's like I'm willing to do that kind of thing. Because that's really the work of verifying it to the degree that I care about being super accurate about that specific thing. And, in legal situations, it's like I'm demanding that the model have that level of specificity to the policy manuals, to the statutes, to whatever.
Have you run into situations where if you hadn't been more stringent or been strident in observing the outputs where you could have presented misinformation to people?
Um, well, I mean, first, in theory, yes. In practice, uh, very few of our tools are, I mean, actually, really none of our tools are fully public yet. So
Okay.
that's like the cop out is like, well, nothing is actually because we have such a high standard around what we present, getting full buy-in from the experts who are working in this space. So that's like kind of our cycle is that first we develop it to a point where it passes our sniff test, and then we show it to experts, and then we show it to a focus group of the people who would potentially be using the tool. And we do that at least a couple times until we're in a place where we're like, you know, fairly confident that we've done our due diligence. And if at that point something surfaces, then we can try to fix it quickly, but we can also hope or suspect that there was something genuinely confusing in the source documents that is part of, how we've arrived there. And there's also like, as we're doing that, we're building a test set where we're saying like, here's 100 different questions that different people have asked us, and here's basically our understanding of what those answers should entail. And as we continue to make changes to the system, are we still able to get those answers right, higher than, whatever the tolerance is, 95% of the time? Um, and then, in that 5% it's a little off, what are the ways that it's off? Is it presenting something that's genuinely harmful to someone, or is it just missing a couple details that we would have liked it to present, but we're ultimately okay with because they're still leaving a pathway for someone to get that full degree of detail without being as thorough?
With the work that you're doing, um, I'm wondering, does it make a difference in that it's not necessarily judgment or kind of ethics, morality leaning in the sense that there are regulations, code, or principles that the LLM can sort through. So in a certain way, it's kind of a mathematics of this portion of the document says A, B, or C. When presented these facts or in this scenario, how does that get negotiated? It's not placing a value judgment, or it's not giving you like a historical lens or anthropologic lens or anything like that. Do you think that it then lessens your likelihood for misunderstanding, misinformation, or bias to enter into a model?
Yeah, I think there's something to that. I would say like the way I think about it is that like we're basically like holding the law accountable to itself. So it's like we're not placing a starting value judgment on the law, um, but we are saying the law should follow itself, and people should, based on their circumstances, be able to access public benefits in exactly the way the law describes. And that's the kind of thing we're auditing as we're helping people try to access those benefits. Uh, are people that we think should be entitled to these public benefits, just according to the letter of the law, able to get the outcomes that the law says they should expect? And oftentimes the answer is no. And so then that gets into the questions of why isn't the system able to deliver its own standard? And, what are the levers that are being pulled, including by this federal government, to make that more difficult and, all that kind of thing. And that can turn into a judgment on the way the systems are built and operated, and ultimately the way the law is written. If the law is written in such a way that it makes it unnecessarily hard to um, get an outcome that the law says that should be possible, then maybe that law does need to be rewritten. Um, or maybe even though the law doesn't explicitly encode a certain kind of bias, it implicitly does. And when I say something like that, I'm reminded of like some of the voting rights cases that have been going to courts recently, where it's like basically saying, was this a race thing, even though you said it wasn't a race thing? Was that why this district was rewritten? It's starting to get into those kinds of questions.
That makes a lot of sense. So in thinking about today's kind of innovation sprint and meeting, would it be possible to think about developing a model where a local municipality could take, let's say, a solar entity wants to come in and build whatever size plant, and the municipality could feed in its zoning, its code, its town plan, could feed the county's EPA and environmental requirements, could feed air quality, other requirements, and create a filter of sorts of should we allow this to happen, or here are the tools we could use to manage its imposition.
100%. Yeah. I think that's a great use case. And I think like, yeah, an LLM could, I think, well describe like, yeah, based on all of these zoning things and based on this historical data about the kinds of pollution data centers create, this kind of data center would be a big risk. You could definitely build a strong case that way. I could run that prompt like right now.
So, would it be possible then to say like one possible use of technology as a means to better protect or conserve would be to develop a watchdog of sorts for municipalities that are facing industrial creep or inundation.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think that's really interesting. I mean, so, you know, now getting into like engineering it a little bit, then it's like, okay, how do you access the data of what proposals are being brought to the board? Are those digitally accessible? Who's in charge of making sure those are available if not? And then,
Sure.
but yeah, it's just now you're getting into those kinds of questions, which is actually building it. But I think it's totally possible.
This?
And theoretically, if it was implemented by the municipality, they would have access to the records or the legal parameters of what the town, the previous boards had established, or what zoning is, building code, or what have you, and at least have up-to-date versions. And they would be the ones accepting the proposals and the plans from whatever entities are seeking variances or seeking permits. So it's not just a way to speed up a permitting process, but to be able to draw from, again, county level, state level, and federal level environmental protection law precedent and case precedent to say we're going to challenge this, and we know that if it goes to court, we already have examples of how it's been reinforced or given legitimacy in the past. Because like our town would have to hire a lawyer, a legal team to do something like that. Like if a company were to come in and say, we want to build this variance and we know we can, we looked at your town code, we should be able to do this. Immediately the people in our town are going to be like, who do we know that actually knows all the code? Like we know we have the zoning, someone knows that. Someone else knows the EPA stuff for our town. Who knows all of it? And then who knows the stuff for the county? And then who understands legal precedent from the past 10 years? We got to hire a firm. Oh, the town budget is X. We can't spend literally 20% of the year's town budget on a lawyer just for this one issue. And so they don't really have recourse. But theoretically, could this model at least sort them through the beginning stages so then when they speak to a lawyer, they save themselves the 3 hours of the lawyer doing the initial breakdown or something like that?
Yeah, totally, totally. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think this is like, this is a huge area that LLMs have like exploded open, are self-representing um in legal matters. And I think this is a great like domain for it. Um, I think there are other ones where it's like it feels riskier, but this is like a pretty clear like let's build a legal sense around this this thing and like, you know, make some real um options for, resisting kind of inevitability um that can like slow down the pace of conversation to one that's reasonable and then like allow us to, find a lawyer and support this case. Yeah, yeah. And then like also, yeah, to be able to communicate with that lawyer and do some of that legwork where they're coming in and they're seeing all the ways it's intelligible without um you having to pay some huge retainer up front, you know. I think that's really smart.
Now, I've seen judges take umbrage and really dislike the involvement of AI in the development of legal cases. So hopefully it would be more of like, is there a way to posit it as an academic tool as opposed to a legal tool? If that makes sense.
For sure. I mean, so the distinction that is like law breaking is the difference between legal advice and legal information. I mean, that's specifically around like if I have a software tool and I'm like selling it to people or making it available to people, is it providing legal advice or legal information? Legal information, the distinction is you're not giving an opinionated suggestion on what someone should do legally to address their situation. So you're just kind of listing the range of options. And then like understanding the way that those options are legally supported, um, you know, uh, is kind of the legwork, or like, the work that the LLM does in researching how the law relates to the situation. It's a blurry line. It's not one that has been well defined, and I don't think it will ever be totally well defined. Um, it's something that's going to continue to play out in the court system for a while in terms of making that line. But yeah, um, you know, the thing that makes it cool is like, hey, I basically did this research with an LLM. Here's what I think is the right thing. And like painting that picture for a county board and then saying, look, we need to bring a lawyer in at this point because I feel strongly about this and the information supports that. Um, I think that's all copacetic.
But, okay. Okay. Hmm. Did you have any questions, Melissa?
I'm kind of processing everything he just said, so I don't have questions yet, but I will. I need to think about it.
Is in doing that, what do you think would make or what do you think would influence a community to adopt a tool like that? Like if you were and not selling it, but if you were to have them develop it themselves, like if you were to have an educational platform where you help municipalities create a model that can help them better understand applications for permits or variances or manage the encroachment of industry. What's the barrier of entry? Like, why don't they already do that?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you open it up that much, it's like there are lots of businesses that are currently working very hard to say, hey, we are the AI business that will help you, understand how to edit your new rules and, how they're going to conflict with old ones and whatever. Those businesses exist and are like gaining market share, have venture backing, all that kind of stuff. But it obviously depends very much municipality by municipality and all that kind of thing. But if you were to keep it constrained and say it's just about data centers or about, some specific area, um, uh, I'd say I'd say it's like a little bit of lack of understanding of the technology and a little bit of like um, just not knowing how to do that, not knowing that it works that well, and not having. So I would say the thing that makes it compelling is like rather than bringing a specific um, platform kind of proposal, it's just saying, look, I did this research and this is what I think it has to say about this. And like getting an understanding, like, does that actually resonate with the board? Do they care about that kind of thing? Um, is it a matter of political will? Like, I think that's where the value is. And then if you can demonstrate that value a few times over, then it's like, yeah, maybe this should be a platform.
Have you seen funding available for entities that would like to develop either open source or community facing like non-proprietary platforms or software for something like that? Or is it basically if you develop that you'd have to have a for-profit motive at some point?
Oh, well, that's interesting. I mean, yeah, there's different funding. There's actually something that's due today, which, my co-director wants me to apply to. It's called the Just Tech Fellowship. Maybe you should apply to it. I just put in the chat, but there's different opportunities. There's different grants, there's different fellowships. Some of them are funded by AI people. This is not actually funded by AI people. This is Social Science Research Council.
President Big Daddy.
Sorry.
Hello, Alex.
Hey.
I was just saying something to somebody. My bad.
Oh, you good. Yeah, but I think there is funding available. I also think like for-profits are able to deliver a level of service around it. I think a nonprofit or some other entity totally could do it if they could just demonstrate that they were able to deliver as well. Yeah, it's just a lot of work.
Okay. Now, Alex, can you hear me?
I can indeed.
In you developing your management and project management and getting this facility up and running, would it have been advantageous to you if you had, let's say, had all of the blueprints, the plans, you had the write-up from your executive director, you had your knowledge into what you wanted to do in terms of the garden and the actual setup, if you could have run that through some form of LLM or model that could give you feedback, advice, or help, like when they changed the blueprints and it kind of caused a communication problem, do you think that technology could have assisted in that process?
Yeah, I mean, I just did it the other day. We have a communication gap about the flooring, and I'm not good at reading blueprints. So I uploaded the blueprints to AI and I told him to explain it to me. And it was able to have things make a lot more sense by having it as words and me not being able to having to look through thousands of pages of blueprints. So it went directly to the spot that I needed, and it told me exactly what I wanted to know that I would have never been able to find on my own by trying to, translate the blueprints.
Okay. Okay.
So
And in
The details were that they were saying that there were supposed to be so many layers on the flooring because it's the rooftop greenhouses are it's like a roof, but it's a floor also. And they were trying to just put up one membrane, but there's actually like 7 of them. So I wouldn't have been able to read that without having AI explain to me what the visual thing translated to in words.
And
Then I was
in
able
where
to print it out and give it to somebody to say, this is our issue.
where you work, do you think folks are implementing some of these models effectively or usefully?
Not at all.
All
And
right.
I think this goes back to what we were talking about earlier about the age. So I think some of the younger people are doing it because it helps them in certain ways. And I think some of the older people are just completely clueless to it.
Yeah.
And I fall somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah. Any thoughts, Melissa?
I mean, just to wait. I mean, I think the cool thing about AI, if you're working in any kind of work environment where, you know, I'm trying to think of an example like the blueprint, because that's the perfect example. But like, what did somebody send me and I didn't understand it? I can't think of an example right this second, but when a document comes through or some sort of process, like whether it's statistics, data collection, spreadsheets that someone else created that are kind of harder to figure out at first, graphs. I mean, you can upload that right in there and begin a learning conversation with the model, which is very helpful rather than a person trying to explain it to you without understanding what you're missing. Or like, I think so, like, I think like one of the things we talk about all the time with education is it would be wonderful if people were taught to use AI by being taught how to think critically and ask questions in general. So, like, if you're having a conversation with people, learning how to ask the questions that will get you to the answer you're trying to receive is a really important skill. And AI could be used to push people to learn that. But I think instead, so like that's something that I think could be, you know, very, very useful within the educational sector and then very helpful for people in the workplace because you can definitely push thinking and really innovate if you're able to ask questions and have conversations about particular things you're trying to um, figure out. I think when it becomes problematic is like, just using it administratively. Yeah, that can be helpful. Like you have a little assistant that does all this kind of bullshit stuff, which is good. But also using it to push the envelope a bit further than people are willing to do on their own is also important, and using it to kind of ask questions and research.
Well, and depending on what it is, and thinking about biophilia or how we could apply to conservation, one of the major issues we ran into in coming from a city and going out to central New York is there are a lot of things you have to do yourself that in the city you A are never presented with, and B, if you are presented with it, you hire someone to do it. And they are at maybe 12 hours, 24 hours away from being able to fix your problem. We got out to where we are, and folks expect you to know how to change a 2-cycle engine or fix it if something happens. They expect you to know the difference between a 2-cycle engine and a 4-cycle engine. I would ask people, and they'd look at me like, "Oh, you one of these city people. It's not even worth trying to explain it to you." Or they would explain it as a person who's done it for 25 years, and they think I'm like a child, and so it's also not fun for me to learn that way. So I go home and I use the LLM to be like, "What's the difference between a 4-cycle and 2-cycle? What videos? Show me links to this and da da da." And the next week, when my neighbor's trying to clown me, and I actually say something that lets him know I know the difference between the two, they then now become more willing to teach me in real life because I am no longer as or what's the word, remedial. And so with trying to be exploratory or like adventurous, I think having access to this wild human history of information is awesome. Does have drawbacks, but I doubt I'd be able to do so many of the things that we're
Yeah.
doing without the access to this much information in a very short amount of time.
Especially with seeds and gardening. I have learned so much. Now, obviously, you can talk to other people, but actually, it's kind of hard. Like, if you're looking for certain perspectives, you know, when it comes to growing things, like if you want to learn more about kind of the certain types of companion planting, like not the new wave stuff or like how to make it look pretty, but actual like the ecological benefits of putting things next to each other, and you want to learn from certain cultural perspectives, it's really cool that you can get at least some more basic information as a starter for that, so that when you are engaging with community members, you can kind of then learn from a at least past a beginner standpoint. But I wouldn't be able to do half the gardening stuff without having that. I love it's so much harder when it was just Google, because you have to read all these sources just to figure out an answer that's actually fairly simple. And it's like now you can just kind of figure things out, and it's fun. I like that. So when it's stuff that you can actually make actionable in the world, or it can get you started in thinking about something that was really difficult to think about before. And then that allows you to then consider things that you may not have considered before because you were trying to navigate just the starting point. Like that also really helps when you're having really deep conversations with people that are about like humanity or our existence, or, just deep philosophical questions. You can ask some of those questions like what are the things I need to consider as a starting point here? Like what do I need to begin defining to even get to the next step? And then once it starts you off, like how a lot of people have a really hard time starting an essay, or it's the same thing with like starting a thought or a philosophical conversation. Sometimes you just get stumped at the starting point, and then it gives you that little access point, and then you can jump in, and then you get to go so much further. So I think that's also a huge educational benefit, is like so many students are stuck at the starting point. You try to have a conversation in class and they don't know where to begin because it's a really deep conversation and they're not used to it. So then they can kind of take some time to research those starting points. Like, where would you begin with this conversation? Use your large language models to kind of figure out what your starting point is going to be and where your access entry point is for this. And then let's see what comes up inside your mind based on what you were given as a starting place. Like, those are huge benefits. So that's actually an area where I think there's a lot less to fear, is in the educational world. Everybody's so scared that now kids are just going to not have to read or write because the AI can do everything for them. But actually, it's the questioning, the research, the discussions, the conversations that they can actually have. And also, if you don't have to worry about starting points as much, if you don't have to worry about the structures as much, you can actually get into the thinking part, which is what makes all of those things better anyway. Like, nobody wants to read a philosophical book without having any background ability when it comes to certain thoughts. So I don't know. I think that it can be really powerful in those ways.
Kind of to go to what we were talking about earlier with the subject matter having a lot of influence and utility when it comes to the model to me. So if I'm trying to learn about plants, they've all been categorized, and it's basically a big database and set of names and information that have been attached to the names. And the models have been really good for me to be able to put in images of things and get information back. If I put in like, why is racism pervasive? The models are not good at answering that. Mm-hmm. And so I think for me, it's also choosing what content or subject matter for when it comes to conservation. I'm going to trust a model to deliver a result.
That's also a good place for how do you ask certain questions about things that technology isn't even going to be able to get right from the starting point. So you have to then ask, like, if somebody were to investigate why humans are blank, what would be the process for beginning that investigation, whether that blank is good or bad, whether it's destructive or innovative, like where how do I begin that research? And I think those conversations, that is the part that's more fun. Like how the other day when we were in the discussion and that lady asked that question about, why do some countries have more nature-based technologies than others, or why are some countries more inclined and communities more inclined to stay in those nature-based spaces and thinking than others? And the goal that you had in it was like not answering the question, but how would you even begin answering that question? That's the part that people struggle with, I think.
That's a really good point. I think that a lot of us use AI the same way we would a Google search,
Yeah,
as opposed to giving it very in-depth, precise directions.
yeah.
I think that's a real good point. Um, yeah, I think we just need to learn how to use it.
Because that's the structure. Like I think about it like if I go to a professor, I'm gonna have that who's an expert in something that I'm interested in. I'm gonna have a much better time trying to figure out like, yeah, I could just ask him questions that he could just give me a simple answer to, sure. But I'm gonna have a much better time figuring out how this person and got to the places that they did. Like, what was your process? How did you begin that journey? Where did it take you? Da, 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 da. Like, then I start to learn about how you can engage in that. Like, rather than getting an answer from an ecologist about how something particularly works, first I want to know, like, how do you even approach ecology at like the ecological lens of looking at things around you and systems around you? Then you start to get that process piece. I think the process piece is like really, really important, but very left out in the quick, fast paced world that we're in. So I think it does take slowing down that process now that we have the ability to do that. But that, I don't know, that kind of leaves our conservation innovation sprint part, but
No, really. I mean, it makes me
it's
think
all connected.
of how to again, like what the good uses are in the sense of when I needed to understand the urban forestry idea I was working on, and I wanted to get an understanding of how municipalities deal with wood waste or natural plant matter waste. The model was very good at giving me a diagram, basically flow chart of how the city of DC is governed and the governance structure. And what would have taken me, I don't know how long to put
Yeah.
together a matrix of, showed a direct path of these are the different offices that respond to the other offices that all work together to implement between Department of Sanitation, between the mayor's office of this and that, between this other group, this whole dynamic. And again, that's not value judgment related. It's a bunch of A plus B plus C equals whatever that would have taken me a very long time to understand, having not ever looked at this stuff before.
Yeah. And what I also think, even to go back to your racism question, what I do think is really amazing that you cannot do with Google, it would take you ages, but is how you can be like, okay, I want you to answer this question for me, or help me in the beginning of answering this question, but I want you to only give me insights from thinkers who are blank, 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 and blank. So from only Black folks who have written about blank, who have done blank, who did it, however you want to look at it. But it will follow those directions and give you a starting point for like actually seeing what other people are saying about this. And you can get really obscure with how you go into, like, it can find things that you really can never find on the internet. Takes forever. Like that's how I ended up finding out what I would have never been able to know what was happening in India with some of these spaces when it came to engineering nature-based air conditionings for homes with clay pots and water, which is like the coolest thing ever. And then you can just find the whole, how they do it, what they're doing, when it started, it's really cool.
You're muted. No, if you were talking, can't hear you.
I don't think he was talking. I have to get some minutes. Wait, why are you back?
Oh, you hear that nature out there. Um, any other thoughts?
Is-
See here.
I'm just curious, how's it been, Otsego County and, what's going on there?
In terms of what elements?
Um, oh, I know you were dealing with the kind of solar proposal and all the controversy around that. Like,
Mhm.
just thinking, curious, like, what the general update on that situation is, and also just like if any of this stuff has a role to play in that.
Yeah, I mean, part of why I wanted to have this summit is because of the issue that we had. Basically, there are two major issues. One was a solar entity that was called Richfield Solar, even though it was not even based in the state of New York, but they used our town name when they formed the LLC. It's a solar company out of like Delaware, and they go into rural areas, in my opinion, take advantage of loose code and an ability to keep them out, and they offer economic incentives to people that are in economically depressed areas. And so in our case, they found a farmer that had, let's say, 200-acre plot near one of our lakes. Now, not right on the lake, but relatively close. And historically, it had been a dairy farm or cattle or what have you. In more recent years, obviously, that industry has atrophied. And so the owners of the property were looking for ways to generate some revenue. The company came in and they wanted to lease, let's say, 14 acres. Now, our town has an 8 or 9 acre limit on solar or 10-acre limit on solar installations. So the company wanted to get a variance. But as a corollary, if you get a variance to rezone the property from strictly agricultural to being able to do light industrial or whatever solar is zoned as, it does it for the whole 200 acres. So that little change where they propose, well, we just want to expand so that we can do 13 acres instead of nine, allows them to then put in roads that they normally wouldn't be able to put in, subdivide the 200 acres in ways that they couldn't. And you could look up and in 7 years have a different level of industrial activity than would be manageable in terms of ecosystem capacity, and especially with the lake close by. The response of the town was to say, don't let this happen. And so you had a whole bunch of nature lover conservation people and a whole bunch of farmers and people who say arable farmland, and especially where we are in the state, which has been like rated as having some special quality, should not be turned into solar farms and industrial use. So the first meeting was packed, and a bunch of the information was disseminated word of mouth, but also via email lists. Like one of our neighbors sent us an email, someone else posted on Facebook, other people were texting each other. And so there were a number of different technological mechanisms by which the community galvanized and showed up. And at the first hearing, there were too many people there for them to be able to hold the hearing. And after kind of like prolonged debate, the permit got withdrawn. Now I heard that it has been reintroduced, but there hasn't been any movement forward with either development or them receiving the permits that they wanted in order to get the variance. And so that kind of process then had me thinking like, wow, like I see that when the town gets active, what they could possibly do. It also identified to me that when the developers or the solar people showed up, they had a team of 3 lawyers. Our town doesn't have a single lawyer on the zoning board or the committee that would decide whether or not they can get the permits. And so it also brought up the reality of power imbalance. And if you're in a town where you don't have a good comprehensive town plan, or you don't have a good comprehensive plan, you don't have stringent zoning, you don't have a building department that is legally knowledgeable, you'd be railroaded pretty quickly. And the difference in our town, where folks, it's town 2,500 people. There are lawyers in town, and we do have professionals, but it's not like where you have multiple law firms you could call who have experience with this type of work. Like, where would we even hire a lawyer to help us from? And so there's a lot, I think, in that one interaction that inspired this conversation. as well as then there was a property, I think was owned by a guy named Manchurian or something like that. And he had thousands of acres he had bought and accumulated over the course of the 60s, 70s, and 80s or something, and had never developed, had never, fully done hit the business plan, and he wanted to sell. And in selling, the developers that were going to purchase it were going to subdivide into hundreds of 3 and 4 acre properties with septic and large homes. And so it wasn't going to solve the affordable housing issue we have in Cooperstown or near Cooperstown. It wasn't going to include a plan to preserve part of that area by putting it into easement with the Otsego Land Trust. It didn't manage for how long and who would be able to build that much infrastructure, because they would have to put in roads. It was over the geographic span of 2 different counties. And so there were 2 different municipalities that had to make decisions about the development and grant permits. One of them had a comprehensive town plan, one of them did not, which then meant one had a bit more structure in place in order to place regulation on the development. But there had to be an agreement between both of the municipalities. And so again, it brought up an issue of, well, then how do we all start working with the same information? How do we all understand the economic impact of this scale of development? Things of this size do not get built very often in our area. And a more recent one was the baseball park that got developed and has brought hundreds of thousands of people in terms of tourists. But locals talk about how much it has altered the community, and aren't necessarily always excited about it. The store owners who do baseball stuff love it, and the hoteliers and bed and breakfast people love it. But there have been some pushback to that type of rapid development, and the scope and scale and magnitude of that type of development. Has technology been implemented in order to buffer against it? I don't really see that much. I know that in the town of Oneonta, they figured out how to get a moratorium on a data center that was going to be built near it. I don't know how much they used either LLMs or used kind of like the advantages of technology and information and fortifying themselves, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. Yeah. No, that's all super interesting.
Yeah, I mean, people are active where we are due to, and this overlaps wonderfully with our new guest that joined. ALyssa, how you doing? With waterway protection, like one of the first things that became present to me up there, outside of it is 99% homogenous in our town, European descent. A lot of farmers, a lot of people that work what has been called blue collar, or you know, very, I would say, politically conservative. In order to win in office, you have to run as a Republican. Like if you run as a Democrat, you are not going to win in our town. Whereas in Cooperstown, it leans more Democrat. And so you could assume that there wouldn't be much of an overlap or a sense of solidarity amongst the conservationists and then the loggers or the hunters, but almost the opposite. Now, on which issue? We'd have to talk about it. But when it comes to like waterways being clean, the hunters want the ducks to flourish so they can shoot them. Now, I'm not into hunting. I want the lake to be clean so we can swim in it. The family down the street from us wants the lake clean because they heard the neighbor's dog got sick from the algae bloom. And so there's this solidarity and unity around nature, but that's not like activist, like down with fossil fuels. It's more like we want to be able to use the waterway. And so then the down with fossil fuel people are able to kick it with the people that are normally with bikers. And it's really a unique scenario where we are. Um, and I think ALyssa can speak more to that in the sense of, if you want to hop in real quick and just say where you are and some of the work you're doing, but how you've seen communities work together, and as an add-on, how technology, because I know you use a lot of online communication in order to find woofers and other people that come through the spot and to bridge community. If you can talk about how bridging community looks where you are.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi Nick, my name's ALyssa. I live in
Hey.
Southwest Louisiana, and have an organization called Habitat Recovery Project that Chris sits on the board of directors of. And Yeah, down here we're facing the largest gas build out in the US of our lifetime in some small, very conservative historical fishing villages. We also have data centers and carbon capture and injection being proposed in um, rural, very conservative farming, agriculture communities, and have been seeing what he's been saying about like nature being a nonpartisan issue and these attacks on land and water really bringing people together across the political spectrum or cultural spectrum in order to try to protect the places that hold the memories and recreation or joy for everyone. And it's a beautiful thing that like in the wake of the threat of these issues or the build out, them convincing people coming together in ways that they haven't before in order to address them. And what we've been seeing is the bridge of conversation and like desegregation that is happening as a result. There's so many flowers that are blooming from that like fertile relational ground where people are coming up with solutions, filling gaps for each other, whether it's bridging farmers and fishermen who are both in deep relationship with the land, or bridging liberal environmentalists with conservative conservationists, or upstream historic African American communities that have faced industrialization 40 years ago with the downstream, primarily conservative white communities that are facing it now and them learning. And yeah, I think it's something that needs to be brought into conversation more. It's easy to get caught up in like, you know, the conversation around the fight, but the build that's happening around the fight is really special, and I think long term it will ripple beyond these certain you know, kind of like site specific issues.
In some of your community building or in working with people that may be traveling through or from different parts of the country, how have you been able to use either online tools or technology to you know, connect with folks?
Definitely. So we have our work that we do in community and then also have a 24-acre farm that acts as my home, the headquarters to the nonprofit, nature school space. We just did a beautiful cacao and sound healing ceremony in it today at our Earth Church, which is the structure we built out of all natural materials on the land. And so it kind of acts as a community hub. But it's a lot of work, 24 acres with about 50 animals. And as a single mama, I can't do it on my own. So over the last 4 years, we've been hosting woofers who come through worldwide opportunities on organic farms and stay anywhere between a week and a year and work trade. So we offer them embedded meals in exchange for about 20 to 25 hours per week of labor. And that has been good in allowing my day-to-day farm chores and land care at our campground and guests who come to experience the land to be maintained while I focus on environmental justice work with my organization. And now we're in the middle of this transformation where instead of having these, you know, like short-term people passing through from all over the world and walks of life, we're looking and having more people show up trying to co-weave and build together for the long term. And that's been exciting. But the farm as like a demonstration hub has been a really cool tool. And I've always thought of the work as separate, right? Like doing our community science and fighting the gas plants, advocating against pollution, and then what we're doing on the farm with growing food and community gardens and events that bring people together in conversation over food and breaking bread. And now these things seem to be merging for me as um, I'm, I'm really adopting this framework of thought that like creating a culture of togetherness and these moments of being together across all sides is building like the mycelial network and ecology that allows democracy to work and communities to have collective self-determination. And so online has been a really good tool for getting the woofers to us. Also, social media has been incredible for us, and we have different platforms. Facebook is really good for our local community, the rural communities here that we work with. And when we post reels of different community members' testimonies and them talking, it really resonates and we get millions of shares sometimes. And so it's helped. We've witnessed since we started creating reels and kind of highlighting fishermen voices, this culture shift or narrative change of perception and community from people looking at them as like river rats to now seeing them as like they are the stewards to the river that we all enjoy and the protectors and the people with their finger on the pulse of it who know it best, right? And even though they may not have graduated high school, it's clear these people have deep ecological knowledge and are experts. And we've been bridging their conversations with scientists, and it's been really beautiful to watch their different expertise from academia to like out on the boats fill gaps for each other. And yeah, I think social media is incredible for that. And then Instagram seems to be more of where we connect with other organizations, different communities, not on the ground here, to like bridge partnerships and be seen by people who are also doing the work. So, yeah. Chris, you're muted, but I want to know what you're saying.
Oh yeah, there we go. I'm back. I was saying thank you very much for that. And to add on, or maybe to trampoline from what you just said, to the people in this chat, yeah, like trampoline, you gotta bounce. You gotta, add a little levity to it. How have you all been able to, and Melissa and I can talk about this as well, how have you all been able to utilize whether it's communication platforms of Discord, Instagram, TikTok, texting, WhatsApp, what have you, to connect with other folks and community members that are doing similar work, or you're then able to collaborate or work with? Melissa, do you have any thoughts on that?
Start us off. I'll continue.
Well, Black land ownership, one of the first things I emailed tons of different land trusts and use the technology of I can't walk into your offices. You wouldn't let me walk into the office. If I called, no one's going to answer. Some of these organizations have a very overworked and underfunded staff. And so are they likely to be in the office around pandemic also? And so I was able to utilize Instagram, TikTok, email, more recently the LLMs to find emails and to find what organizations work together or are in the same kind of circle to be able to figure out how the USDA system worked. And so I think at the beginning, technology was something I had to take great advantage of, and then got me in the door to have the personal conversations or to go to conferences in person, but then already know like who did what in certain capacities. In terms of meeting other people, a lot of it started with in person. So like I know ALyssa from us doing shows in New York, but part of why we've been able to keep in touch over, I mean, you all left and went to Pennsylvania. How many years ago, ALyssa?
I think 8 or 9, yeah.
Yeah. And so we've seen each other in person since then, and been involved in whether it's farm work or doing advocacy work. But it's been mostly via technology that we've been able to keep in touch, and for me to have any understanding of what their project is, for me to participate in the board meetings and feel comfortable to be vice president. And so I could probably run down more examples and just bore people that just would further elucidate if you don't have a lot of money and you don't have a lot of time and you need to connect with people, figure the platform that works for you. Discord is not the thing for me. Reddit is not the thing for me. I don't want to be on Signal. I know other people utilize these things, but on the platforms I'm on, I try to find like-minded folks. I purposely, when before we got our sawmill, I loaded up my algorithm with so many other people doing milling and woodwork and what have you, that I then was able to send questions to or ask about their equipment or see how they've built their businesses. I mean, I could just in every capacity. I probably overuse the internet as like a prep tool or access to information tool.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, well, with especially with the Low Tech Institute being able to have a global cohort of students that and people who want to connect from around the world via Zoom and being able to advertise globally, um, with many different programs is super, super helpful. I mean, I basically agree. The one thing about technology that I think, and especially AI in general, is that it allows people, companies, small organizations, partnerships to be able to have an administrative assistant or a marketing team or all kinds of things that would typically cost, 50 to $75,000 a year or more. Um, if you put in the work on your own, you can actually use technology to, you know, create an entire organization essentially from the ground up. So for people who want to work really hard, who don't mind having their hands in all the different pots, I'm not saying it's ideal or that the longevity is there, but if you can get it started that way and build community that way, I think it's very, very beneficial and it allows people with very little money to do phenomenal things, which is what you really want to see.
Nick, do you have any thoughts?
Um, I'm in like this whole like this day has got me like looking up like maker space classes and this looking back into this open source ecology thing, and so I'm just kind of uh buzzing on various things.
You said open source ecology?
Yeah, I linked to this a while ago. I don't remember how I found this or who showed me this, but it's like this this guy who got a PhD in nuclear physics and then just went and bought a farm in Missouri, developed all these plans for like open source factory machines and kind of thing.
Oh
So
yeah.
yeah, yeah. So I was just looking back into this.
But this is an example, like in his website for open source ecology, obviously it has the about tag and everything else, but different machines, a machine index in a community for people that do machinery, extreme builds, future builders academy. That's so nice, teaching people how to build and how to get involved. This is dope. Yeah, and so this link, when people get the video from a Zoom or the transcript, are the links from the chat in those transcripts? Okay. So if you all want to check out the site, there are a couple links that have been posted. And Alyssa, if you want to drop links to some of your work in the chat, so if Nick wants to check it out, they're available too. Now, as we enter, we've actually done over 4 hours. As we get closer to our last like hour or so of the meetup, were there any questions or kind of topics, Alyssa, that you had in mind when you came to the chat that you either wanted to share with us or present to the community?
Oh, um, I didn't come with anything in mind, but
Okay.
I'm really excited about what I've been seeing online from the Low Tech Institute and what you guys have been building there. And I'm eager to learn more about what you're building. And I'm really interested in like traditional ecological knowledge right now. And as we have been working with the fisherman community, there's this like rapid changing coast that they are working on. We've been thinking about how the traditionally ecological knowledge in the community that exists, specifically in the elder fishermen, about where the migrations used to go, where the reefs were, where there's not anymore, may be able to be a map for future restoration after the inevitable industrial boom and then bust, right? And for the people who want to come back and restore that, there's information that is only held within the fishermen's heads and hearts, that, like the Louisiana agencies, or institutions don't know, and no a satellite can pick up on. So I'm curious where you're pulling knowledge from and how it's being stored, and would love to bounce around ideas about that with you all. And what does fair and just preservation of traditional ecological knowledge look like?
Oh, this is fantastic. I'm so glad you asked, Melissa. Why don't you, since we haven't talked much about it, what low tech is? Because we are talking about technology and biophilia, but we have not talked about the TEK. So why don't you do that for us?
Well, yeah, no, it's amazing. I mean, I was thinking a lot about it as we were talking from the beginning of this discussion because, um, so basically, the Low Tech Institute is an agent for nature-based advocacy and education. We're really working on cultivating planetary literacy, working with indigenous communities around the globe to make sure that information that has been dismissed in the kind of technological journey that has been around for millennia and is extremely sophisticated and civilized is more known in the educational sphere. So we work with developing curricula and spotlighting nature-based technologies from, I think at this point, it's up to about 50 communities around the globe, to high school students, college courses, as well as environmental organizations and even corporations like Nike and people who are trying to, have sustainability sectors but aren't actually engaging with some of the TEK technologists that are out there, and not, that kind of information is dismissed. So the journey is getting the information out there, because how can you imagine a resilient future if you do not have all the information of the types of technologies that exist around the globe? And if people are building their kind of imagination, what they imagine for the future and sustainability and resilience off of technologies that have been created from the Industrial Revolution onward, then we're missing a lot of intelligence. And a lot of it is also reframing how we talk about and ask questions around technology, instead of coming in as, turning to, kind of so-called experts in those fields, really looking at nature as sort of the expert, working with nature, learning from nature, and seeing what has happened in communities that have done that for thousands of years. A lot of, and so I think, it also is a lot about working from local spaces. So not a one size fits all approach, but instead an approach that is about, where you are, what communities you're in, what is happening in the ecosystems there, and who kind of has, where are the knowledge holders and knowledge systems that kind of exist with the land there, and waters. And so there's a lot of stuff. So we have a lot of curricula, living earth and living water, that really is 95% sourced from indigenous communities, across countries and spheres. And then there is also, okay, I'm losing my train of thought now. Let me get back to this. What was I going to say there, Tita? You know what's in my mind here.
Well, living earth and living water.
Yeah, so they're based off of the two books. So Julia Watson, who was a professor at Columbia and Harvard, was teaching landscape architecture and systems, and realized that there was an entire missing, arena of education involved in kind of understanding land and infrastructure. And so she went off and worked with communities to catalog the nature-based technologies from around the globe. So looking at things like living root bridges, looking at aquaculture systems in India, serving entire cities of millions of people and cleaning all of their sewage and waste through aquaculture systems, which is something a lot of people don't realize is actually at work and in play right now. Not an old, outdated system, but a very modern system, a very sophisticated system that's run by community members and totally nature-based systems. Looking at spot. So basically, the goal is to work with different folks, so communities like yours, ALyssa, who have a project like that you are trying to navigate and kind of engage with traditional ecological knowledge, engage with different knowledge systems outside of Western approaches, kind of getting a more pluriversal integrated approach going. I think it starts with just like understanding what's happening, what is the story that is taking place on the lands that you're in, the waters that you're discussing, and who are the people involved in that story, and kind of going from there and starting to look at models in other spaces, talking to different knowledge holders, thinking about the communities that are there. And I think you've been interacting with a lot of communities there, including indigenous folks, I imagine. So, getting the right people in the room and starting to explore the project. And I think the biggest thing we talked about earlier today is not coming from a space of profit, efficiency, and ease being the main goal, but instead well-being for the natural world and humans and non-human life force in that region. And if that's the kind of what's driving the project or the idea or the shift in thinking, then that is going to have a very different outcome than what we're seeing in corporate and industrial spaces. Yeah, I don't know if that helps. My brain is a little fried today, so I didn't do my best job in explaining everything, but
You did an excellent job, and it is helpful to know and understand. Thank you so much. And thanks for doing that work. I think it's really important, and I'm hearing that in a lot of spaces too. We've recently been talking with like an urban planning professor at LSU who was doing similar work, talking about like green infrastructure and things like that. And to catalog it. I think one of the like puzzle pieces that I'm still trying to solve here in and figure out the language in order to describe the importance of it, right? Because as a nonprofit that's been impacted by federal funding cuts towards environmental work, working with a community that's been sacrificed for industrial profits and is getting sick and losing their source of income, we've been trying to triage and figure out, opportunities like stipending them for citizen science and things like that. And being able to collect traditional ecological knowledge requires time from them and from us, and trust, and like planning and development about like how it gets stored, who it belongs to, right? How it gets used, how you get permission to use it if you want to access it or use it. And it feels like its own program. And for getting, as a nonprofit that's like over capacity and underfunded at the moment, how do I get people to support a program like this? Because I don't think the funding's coming from the community itself that's disenfranchised. And it's not necessarily something that I feel it's important and think it's beautiful and vital and right. I don't want to be extractive with that knowledge. And I feel like I want to understand people who may be interested in it more that would be willing to help cultivate this kind of program and how to
Yeah,
talk
well,
about the program.
I think it would be fun to get on a call about it. I would definitely be open to sending you, some curriculum access to it's more like a digital ecological database of case studies and community work. And probably the living water one addresses a lot of the different scenarios that you're seeing in your area, that might give you like more information, more language, more case studies from around the globe that are kind of looking at the kind of work that you're looking at. But I think the hardest part about this work you kind of hit in what you just said is that, it's so what we find in looking at how nature-based technologies work, it's not just being able to replicate a technology, it's actually a complete shift in how people think. And it's like a philosophical and approach, a total shift in philosophical approach. It's very circular instead of linear. It's very collective work, not just, funding and money. It's really building the community and the capacity to kind of create change locally. And what can that look like is there's a lot of different ways that it can look, right? So I don't know, it'd be interesting to talk and hear more about what the actual mission is, like what you're hoping to create or achieve with the waters there and the fishermen and the knowledge systems that exist, and then just brainstorm a little bit.
Something and a question I would pose, how do we reconcile or negotiate or work with money, profit, and surplus kind of being a necessary element of existence, in the sense of like, I have to make enough money to not only cover my needs, but then also do my not-for-profit work. The not-for-profit needs to generate enough revenue to not lose its ability to sustain itself. Doesn't mean it ever even breaks even. Or sometimes grants come in or funding comes in or donations, and it expands, and it kind of always grows to meet the size of its container. So like, in a way, if done properly, the not-for-profit never finds sustainability. It's always trying to do more. So one question is there a method to say we can't do everything, but we have the tools so that if a group of people are interested, we can save the 2 to 3 years of researching what to do when you're interested in that. And here's a plan of action that once you can get 15 people together, that you all can implement. But right now, it would divert energy. Or is it a thing of certain things never will make money? And is that okay? And that like there are certain activities that communities will have to undertake and recognize that there is no profit to it monetarily, but there are benefits to it. Are there
100%.
Yeah.
Are there wealthy people out there that are not being pushed to do something real with their money? And I don't mean that there aren't philanthropists. There are millionaires in every regular city. Now, they're not rich per se, but they own a house that's worth $700,000, $800,000 a year. They have a second house somewhere else, and they make $150,000, $200,000 a year as a family. Are there people that are part of our communities that don't feel like they can do anything and would be able to help with some of the material? These are all, I think, an organizational reality that's difficult for like us as individual, because like it's me and Melissa. People are always like, who's Black Land Ownership? It's two people. Like with HRP, it's obviously you all have a lot going on, but in terms of from the rooter to the tutor, it's been you there, Alyssa, and you that's still there, and so finding our level of capacity and understanding of like, is it possible to stretch ourselves too thin? Is it more a thing of no, we just have to be more efficient with it or more potent with the actions? I don't have an answer, but I think there is money in the world. I'm not good at finding it yet, and I don't know what to say to people to convince them that it's better to give us, $3 million to do something that could affect hundreds, if not thousands of people's lives, than to spend that $3 million gambling, because literally there are people that gamble $3 million.
Totally.
So it's tough. I don't want to be like, the money's out there. It's not. Like, we see organizations closing, we see communities feeling the kind of stranglehold financially and economically, but
Yeah.
also they're trillionaires out here now. That makes no sense. Like,
Yes. I think something I've been thinking about all this a lot, right? And for us, we're doing a lot of triage, so that doesn't give us much space to step back and be strategic, right? When we're being reactive, we're not able to be responsive. And I've been thinking about how to expand capacity, like you said, by creating maybe different like work groups of people who might have a little time or capacity and interest in doing something good and not take on an official role. But if there's 7 smart people interested in building cool demonstration stuff at the headquarters or working on science projects, I think that's room to help us expand our capacity. And like do the mind meld thing. I've also like, it feels like we're at this nexus point too, because we've been taking liberal environmental justice funding, right? Working in conservative community with conservative constituents and being on the advocacy side of things. There is a ton of money here with corporations like Chevron, Exxon, Shell, Phillips 56, right? That are some of the wealthiest corporations in the world. And if we take their money, it's our funding from the liberal environmentalists will stop, right? Because we're taking blood money and allowing greenwashing from these corporations, right? But as long as we are taking money from the liberal environmental funders, those industrial partners won't work with us, right? And we're in a space where our interest and accountability is for our constituents and finding solutions that impact their lives right here, right now. And so it feels like we need to be working on both sides of things, and be in the middle. And I'm trying to figure out how to do that dance and continue to like echo solutions, right? Everyone at the table, one coast, one voice, and see if we could bridge that divide. But it feels very risky, but the potential win that could come from it is really big.
What's the actual nature-based intervention that you're trying to engage in the waters there with the fishermen?
We're doing fisherman-led habitat monitoring programs right now where they're being trained to leverage their ecological knowledge. And we have a team of scientists who just developed this program and are working to do unprecedented science on industrial noise pollution impacts on shrimp migrations, which was a hypothesis that came from the community that has never been looked at before. They're doing water quality testing, sedimentation testing on the reefs. And so figuring out ways to be on the water and use that to do important things that could potentially be a blueprint that ripples to other coastal communities facing impact as well. Really interesting community science because it can take us out of the advocacy space and into more neutral. We looked at something, this is the data, make of it what you will, right? And use it for good if you have will to use it for good.
Well, question. I have a question for you. In terms of, oh no, my notes got wet. In terms of
I just
that,
learned about through this work, this Write in the Rain brand that makes waterproof notepads and pens that you should be aware of.
Is there a space between working with all parties at the table And on either kind of side, whether it's activists who, like for me, some of the directions of the activist groups in Washington, D.C. don't align with my personal interests. Like Free DC is one of the major ones down here, and they bring up great points. They've gotten involved with the city council. They are the most noticeable thing out here, but they popped up out of the middle of nowhere in 2025. I don't know where any of these people came from. It's not tied to DC history, and they're tied to a national kind of push for certain subjects. And
Mm-hmm.
so DC getting statehood is one of their primary agendas. For me, statehood doesn't solve the cost of housing down here. Like once we're a state, we still will have housing cost issues. And so I can't really do much with them. Out here, also, I'm not going to work with the Heritage Foundation or Project 2025 either, even though some of the things they've said when it comes to, let's say, one principle, I might say, oh, I could align what we're doing with them and maybe get some backing or get access to people. How involved do you have to be with any of these groups in order to complete your mission? And do you lose autonomy just by taking associating with them or taking funding?
I I think the nature of this work is political. Who
Mm,
you take funding from is your perceived alignments, and that impacts relationships. And
mhm.
I think there's room to figure out, and it's so important right now to like shift that into a space of like where can you find common ground with groups that are very different in nature, right? And find one small sliver of room where we could get an alignment from. Let's have a conversation about it because maybe some beauty will grow from there. And in the long-term vision of connecting unlikely allies and the beauty that could come from that, right? I don't I believe in that as an ethos individually and socially. And so as an organization, I think that's important ethos to carry too and can help shift entire communities if we figure out how to make that work.
Yeah.
I was just looking at our one of the things. Have you all talked about oyster reefs?
Yeah, we're doing a lot of work with oystermen.
Yeah,
And
that's cool.
they want to do restoration, right? But down here in Louisiana, the money for restoration often comes from the gas and oil companies who are destroying the reefs. And if
Yeah.
we're talking about the harm they cause, they don't want to give us the money. They're going to give it to their buddy to do restoration, who is going to take it and then not talk about them being a part of the harm. And so how do we self-generate funds, or do we depend on applying for grants and doing the lottery of that, or building funder relationships? But what we experience is a lot of funding isn't about on the ground tangible improvements. It's like national environmental groups that have their own agendas in DC. And so, as long as I could leverage community member stories to help them with their agenda, that is more worthy to them than building an oyster reef down here to save the actual environment.
So I don't even know if it's possible for the technology to do this. What technological development, and Nick, this is more your arena to think on as we move forward, can help us understand the current model of why funding is so, I think, limited for grassroots, real grassroots, and why it's so top down in the sense of whether it's government funding, whether it's what you're talking about to where it's philanthropic, but kind of the people charged with doing the philanthropy are the ones responsible for the damage, and it's kind of part of the restitution, but that it silences the voices of any of the participants into what would it really take for individuals to work with community to raise money. So like if you're in a place like DC and the goal was we want to start a food forest and it would cost $2.5 million, is there any technology that could somehow help people get the breakdown of that means if we get 100,000 people, citizens of the city of 700,000 to do A, B, or C, it happens. If we get 400,000 people to do this, this is all it requires. And here's such a low barrier of entry. Or how is there a way to really start getting away from these traditional models of us getting silenced if we want any sizable outreach, or us being so limited by resources that we can't, mm, I guess the scope or magnitude of the change is not, very visible or noticeable.
I think my answer that I've been ruminating on to that's such a big wide question, but I think the solution that I'm latching onto is like innovation and creativity, right? And the solutions and inspiration that live in community, when you get them to have hope, right? That's the first step, is like for a community that may be suffering or impacted or really need change, getting to think about solutions and feeling enough hope to allow themselves to freely think about it. If the community comes up with a solution, then they have more invested interest in bringing it to life. And I think innovation is something that all sides.
What? Did it get siloed?
Can you repeat the last thing you said? I think we just lost you. Yeah, it was so close. See, you notice whenever people start talking a real spit, the technology likes to give you a little.
An industrial funder, and like also thinking about creative projects that can be done in community that offer potential economic gains regionally. So one of the things we're working on at the moment is testing to see if we can turn oyster shells into lime and then use that lime in agricultural use in fungicides. And if we're able to do that, it would create a whole new localized industry here in Louisiana that I think people would take pride in. So kind of putting our energy into those kinds of things that may have future potential use to be a for-profit subsidy of the nonprofit, if there's a way to handle it, or create more opportunities for our impacted fishermen, or for the millions of dead oysters that are sitting on the shore right now to be put to good use locally, and for those fishermen who experience that die-off to get compensation for it next year rather than 14 years from now when they finally go to trial for the tort case about the sedimentation, right? And the reef die-offs that happen, because some of those legal battles take a really long time, and this community has seen that. And because they've seen it, the people who caused those oyster die-offs, they know that they could dangle a very small amount of money in front of some of those older fishermen, and they're going to take it even though they know it's not right, because it means money in their pocket today versus 14 years from now when maybe they won't be alive anymore. So yeah, I'm interested in that too. Guys, I have to hop. Thanks for all the good conversation though.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And I appreciate you dropping in. I will make sure people know how to find you, and enjoy the rest of your day.
You
Bye,
too.
ALyssa.
Bye. Talk soon.
Welcome back, Alex. I mean, I
We need to get some to eat.
I like the
Thank you.
idea of how to develop things that are a benefit to the local community, but then also have industrial or commercial use outside of that. And a question I want to pose to educators, to the people in the mayor's office, if I ever go to city council hearing and get to talk to them, I want to be like, so what do you think is going to happen if no one in the city knows how to make or build anything, doesn't know how to grow any of their own food, and you're not even allowed to have chickens? Like, you can't even show a kid how eggs are made, and that kids don't understand that the eggs come out unfertilized sometimes, and da 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 da. What's supposed to happen? And I would think if you ask people that like 60 or 80 years ago, they'd be like, what do you mean no one knows how to grow stuff? That sounds impossible. What do you mean no one has a chicken? That sounds impossible. What do you mean no one can build anything? That sounds impossible. Well, currently with zoning, if I try to really start some type of educational center where we build things, it has to be a mixed use zone. I can't do that out of my house. If I want to have a chicken in DC, even as a school, you can't have chickens. The zoning prohibits, I think there's one school out here, maybe two, where they have chickens. and it was a headache to get them to do it. There was one couple that were lawyers that got chickens, had figured out a loophole in the law, and it became an actual major issue in the city. And so what's the plan for all this? What direction are we heading with all this? But
You
You know,
for a second.
the direction is everything's going to be grown in a laboratory.
now, do you think that people in city council? So this is what I mean. You and I know this, but if I ask these people in city council, you think they're going to say the truth like that?
I don't think they're aware enough to know that that's the truth. I don't think they see anything further than what's in front of their face, and what's in front of their face is funding. So if the groups that are pushing for lab grown food are what's giving them money, then that's what counts, not the long term, kind of effects of supporting these people.
I
And the
find it
same can be
fascinating.
said for us as consumers. The more that we buy things from Amazon, the more we give power to these individuals that want to colonize space and take power away from the small mom and pop businesses that, we need to have diversity in the choices of what we buy.
Yeah, I want to jump in because earlier when you were talking about that model idea, Chris, of like, how can you help some other organization save 2, 3 years and jump in and like have, help build that distribution of knowledge while also like maintaining your economic viability. Like this article I linked, like I think really well describes a model of that approach, and their thing is partially that it's that, partially that you make money from the educational aspect of that work, and that, but also it's coming from an abundance mindset, and it's coming from an abundance mindset in the sense that also like it feels like part of what happens if you actually achieve that kind of model, if you're helping other companies grow or other organizations or groups of people do the same thing you're doing, is that you're actually deflating the whole space. You're bringing prices down, but in so doing, you're also reducing economic dependency outside of that ecosystem. So so that you don't need an Amazon as much or don't need like these giant institutions as much. And so, yeah, I mean, it was really cool to hear ALyssa talk about that. And it also made me wonder, like, can ALyssa run oyster reef like trainings for, other, people from other places in the country or wherever that are like interested in doing like that kind of thing.
You're muted.
And like one of the thing about, for example, like black land ownership, like it making me think like, well, you have such a subject matter expertise, and like part of what I feel like the work we've been doing with the map is like, how do you share that knowledge with people and also get some money back for it that allows the business to keep growing, where you're helping other people gain access to land, gain their own economic foothold in the country, but also like sustaining the continued work of the organization, but like making that knowledge freely available simultaneously somehow.
So, so two things. A, welcome in, Olga. You're here towards the end of our biophilia and technology discussion. We have gone over the river through the woods with it, but it's been a great conversation. One of the things that's come up now is the sustainability element and how there could be some technological solutions to community building, connecting folks of historically kind of disparate political parties, and but then also thinking in general about funding and how to, as an entity, be sustainable and not be stretched too thin, how to in a way, self-propagate some of the lessons learned via the organization so other people can continue the work. And what Nick is talking about, I think it's a model that also extends out of Web 2.0 ideas of you start Linux and you give the service away to everyone, but there's only a select number of people that know how to really use it well, and you hire them to consult and help you utilize your the product. But you make it so available that other people can self-teach and they aren't bound to having to hire you in order to use it. It's just in addition to. Theoretically, if we start a process of here's how you buy land in these 4 or 5 different capacities, there are people that could come learn how to do it from us. In our contemporary society, though, I'm probably going to have to get some form of permit or credential in order to tell people
Yeah.
that what I did or know is legitimate to the state's what would you say, like to their preference. And especially around like buying real estate, which could be seen as an investment tool, or some of the information could be seen as legal advice, which is not, it's just information. But surely there are people that could say, come learn from us and what we've done at the Eco Hub in terms of just how you buy land in 5 different capacities. There are the courses we do in terms of the history of land ownership. We are currently able to generate some revenue from that. So when I travel or when I do public speaking, usually I'm getting paid to talk about the history of land ownership as it relates to communities of African descent, landless people around the world, non-exploitative land use, the numbers, the figures, some of the cartography of what actually happened following the end of the Civil War and during Reconstruction and land development over this past 130, 150 years. And so we have been able to take that kind of skill set or expertise and generate some revenue. But when I think of our long-term plan, I just met with a young lady in DC who works in zoning. And when I told her the idea, she was like, "Oh, you got your 555 plan." And I was like, "What?" And I told her basically over, starting next year, probably over 5 years, the goal would be to raise $5 million in order to buy a property that's like 5,000 acres to do research development and like the actual homesteading act to where we could, if you divide that in 40-acre plots, you could allow 120 or 112 different teams or something like that to build projects in which then we help them if they come up with the irrigation system, help them patent it. And we would, similar to like at universities where then the institution retains 1% of the equity or 2% of the equity, instead of if you work at Microsoft, anything you make when you're at work, when you're not at work, when you're at home, you have a dream, they own everything made. And so I think there are models for if we go into it with a structured mind state and can have lawyers already on board, have people that do administrative paperwork, then we can develop technologies, tools, education systems, curricula, who knows what, that have commercial viability without us being exploitative, without us trying to take advantage of or be nefarious in any way. Did you have now, Olga, since you came in our last like hour or so, do you have
Yeah.
any questions or any thoughts about the topic or
So the only though, yeah, I am so sorry that I'm coming in late. So the only thing I know about the topic that is from the event description that I saw to sign up, which was that you all were going to work together about what like technological solutions to bring together conservation, gardeners, like how to use technology to help conserve and support nature, I guess was my impression
correct?
from the description. And so I keep like an urban garden. I have worm bins. I like make soil and all of that. And one thing that I noticed is that there's very little way for people who have plants or learn about these things to connect with other individuals, maybe for free. It's not a gardening service. It's just, hey, I have worms. Do you want some? Or like maybe you know how to make, I don't know, maybe you made a 5-gallon bucket of worm compost tea and I want to buy some from you, or you want to just, we don't need 5 gallons, you want some. I was hoping, I would love for there to be a technology that would just connect regular people who are very interested in active gardening, or like, I have extra cuttings. Do you want some? Sure, I'll trade them for this other one, that kind of thing. I read the local with the Doug Network newsletter, and there's organizations represented, but there's very little way to connect with people.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, and I was wondering if that was at all addressed earlier today that I missed, or if it's anything that y'all are working on at all.
I think that is a really good one. I mean, I was going to say that in as we were talking in this last kind of half hour or hour with someone who just left actually, but they were sharing their project in Louisiana, and we got talking about they're trying to kind of restore some of the water ecosystem there at the edges, and it's a much larger project than what you're talking about, but we got into that idea of collective work and community engagement and how we can work together rather than having to have so much funding and industrial or corporate sponsorship for everything or buy everything. I think with gardening, I mean, that's definitely one of our biggest missions. I think with Black land ownership is starting to create those communities where people can share knowledge, share materials, share access to land, share stories, etc. I do think that that's one of the hardest parts. And there are some communities out there, but it kind of depends where you are. And I forget the one that I'm thinking, the name of the one I'm thinking of, but there's one that's like pay nothing. It's like what is it? It's like a barter system for people.
So I think
Buy Nothing Group?
What was that?
The Buy Nothing Group?
Well, there's buying nothing, but there's one that's more about service and sharing of
they're plant
resources.
trade groups like
Yeah.
on Facebook. But I think the major difficulty I've run into is how frequently the internet world overlaps with the real world.
Yeah.
And so that most of the online communities that I've found for gardening are very much informational resources and maybe some trade exchange, but not actual hangout and garden together. And
Yeah.
the gardening clubs I've seen in our area, honestly, I socially don't feel much inclined to hang out with the people in them like that. And
Yeah.
the most number of people we've met in real life have come, at least from my experience, being out in our yard and people walking by and asking us stuff or telling us stuff, or when we're walking, just being the randos who are like, "Hey, I noticed you had blah blah blah," and then maybe they'll talk to us about it. Maybe they'll bring us over and show us what they did. And as we see each other in the neighborhood, it kind of builds. And they're kind of certain garden watchers in our neighborhood that I've come to know, so they know all the other gardeners.
Okay.
But everyone hanging out, I haven't really. There was like a garden club meetup in Tacoma Park maybe 2 months ago or something like that, or like
Yeah.
a garden walk. But I'm still learning about where that community is, and there are communities built around the apps, so that if you use any of your identification apps or any of your gardening apps or any of your bird watching apps, they all have social networking components. But again, I don't know if it leads to real life engagement.
Or sharing of resources, because I think the sharing of resources part and learning from one another is really, really important. But I also haven't found much of it. But I think, I mean, I've been thinking about that this whole session since we began at 2 o'clock because it's just that idea of outside of the big industries and kind of capitalistic way that people tend to go about things these days, it seems like a lot could really be done and shared if people could organize around that. But it seems like the internet is good at organizing, but it tends to organize in a larger space, like geographically. So like
Yeah.
it's harder to get that real local feel from the community. So the only place where I've seen that kind of working is like the local Facebook pages or local, so like when we're in a rural area, there's a local Facebook page to that one town. And since that one town is only like 1,500 people, they're kind of like all on that. So people will ask each other, like, I need this. Does anybody have? And I see a lot of sharing happening there. But in cities, it seems to be a bit harder. And I do think absolutely with the resources, like it seems like nobody really wants to do that resource sharing, like not the people do, but it feels like some of the organizational details or the lack of money in it causes, I don't know, it's just tech hasn't really figured that out. Facebook Marketplace is the way that we meet community members in DC. Like we'll go pick up seeds and stuff and definitely do a lot of free pickups. And I have seen very minimally, but barter ones where it's like I have, X, Y, and Z compost and I'm looking for mulch, excess mulch. Let's trade. The let's trade part is the part that I think is the really important one. Like, because everybody has excess stuff. Like after I did all of my seed growing, we had all these plastic. I had the first time I did it, I had these plastic seed growing containers, and I wouldn't do it that way the second time because I'm learning. But it was then I had all those plastic containers left over, and I hate plastic, so I wanted to get rid of them immediately. But it would have been better if I could have given them to somebody else who would use them, and
Yeah.
then they could have given me something that I needed. Like a lot of people are trying to get rid of all their little planters, and I want the terracotta planters, and other people want the so it would be great if there was something like that. I agree.
I mean, I
But I
think they exist at community gardens. I know in my community garden, there's a big kind of group of like, I guess they call it gleaning, um, and trading stuff and working together. But I don't know if it branches out of the actual members.
yeah,
It could.
it could. Yeah. But I think
But I
that's
know the
important across the board. Like tech has to get better at that. Like the peer-to-peer stuff that started with like, way back with like Airbnb and ride shares and things like that. Obviously that's monetary, but there should be really strong apps where people can do more reciprocal exchange, and that actually work where there's a lot of relationships built, but there doesn't seem to have that yet.
Yeah, the ones that
because
are up.
it takes a level of work. You know what I mean? Like I think people have to work to create that. Use
There
the
are
technology as a tool.
there are some, but you run into the problem of in community, there's a I'm gonna see you again factor. And so part of the exchange is I actually want you to be able to use what I'm exchanging, and also you want me, and we're building a relationship that could be ongoing. And with the barter websites, it's a bunch of people trying to give away stuff no one wants and that no one can use, and they're kind of leveraging that they have an online presence, and it's going to look different when you show up. And again, it's not in the best interest of the people that make the website for it to actually function well for the exchangers. It's
Yep.
it's they need traffic, so the most number of people that use it, great. But if someone were to take the idea that you all are talking about, technologically, we are beyond able to do that. Like especially
Yeah.
with the image recognition stuff, you'd be able to have an understanding of the level of quality, what you're getting, where you can pick it up. It would be so easy to actually navigate and create a value system of certain items can be exchanged for these other types of items and let's categorize A, B, or C. Yeah, like that. That's just the art. It doesn't make enough money for the people who want to, again, back to the tech expectancy of we need unicorns. We don't want a company that makes $700,000 a year. We don't want a company that makes $3 million a year. We want to take a $3 million investment, turn that into $30 million investment, turn that into 300 million. Next thing we're billionaires, and not everything scales like that. Like,
That goes back to what we were saying previously about there needs to be caps to capitalism. So if there are caps to it and you can't turn that 3 million into 30, maybe people will put more effort into things that don't make as much money but are better for the world as opposed to just better for their bank account.
if I ran for office, I would have you say that every day.
But also, I thought a lot of these apps and things, it's not a money exchange thing. It's like how many people you get on them. So why wouldn't that be a viable business plan for somebody? Tito?
The doing it well. So like the idea of I need to make sure this app works well for the people who are exchanging goods doesn't mean that gets the most number of people in it or that you are going to make the
Yeah.
most amount of money from it. It could make more sense for it to be a pretty crappy engagement between us. Like if you think about and this is a bad example, but if you think about OnlyFans, it's a bad setup for the users of it. The website does nothing to advocate or market them. It forces you to give them all your information. It takes a whole bunch of your money. But there's this idea of you could find potential fans. You would think, well, if OnlyFans wanted to make money, they would help the artists reach fans. And they say, no,
Yeah.
we don't need to do that. You all will put in the effort. And if we just wait long enough, there'll be enough of the very tiny number of users that use it so extensively that it gets the promotion marketing to have a large enough user base to then sell advertising and get the technology sold behind it for the data capture. So I mean, there's a theory that if the internet, if chat LLMs worked perfectly every time you use them, you get off them quickly. So that they are purposely, especially at the lower levels, they are purposely set up so that you have to continue to re-engage with them because they don't actually answer your question if correctly the first time or with all of the full depth that it could. It has the capability to return more, but it makes them more money if you're on it longer.
Right.
You know, so like doing things improperly has a financial benefit.
Yeah. But I love that. I think it would be very imperative, especially where we are here. I don't know where you're located, Olga. Where are you?
College Park. Yeah.
Oh,
College Park,
you're in
Maryland.
this area. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in Tacoma Park, there's so many gardeners. They're everywhere. I know for a fact that I do not need to buy anything from the store. All these people have stuff in their sheds. Like I went into this lady's garage. She doesn't want any of that stuff. She's trying to get rid of it and slowly just gives things away to people. But I could literally walk 3 blocks probably and find everything I need within those 3 blocks, and people would be excited to let go of them. But I think it's also the work it takes on the other end. Like, you have to take the picture, get on the
Yeah.
app, sign up, become a member, take the picture, put it up, talk to all the people who aren't really interested but are just asking questions. Then there's the scams. Then there's the so I think that's the other part of it. In some ways, I feel like so there's this place in where I grew up. I forget what it's called. It's some really funny name, but it's got this very long name. It's like take what you want and leave what you don't, but it's something nicer than that. But it's long like that. And it's a shed in the middle of the town center, and people just come drop things off, and there's some restrictions, like it's not for clothing and things like that. It's for like actual housewares, tools, like things that are utilized around the house, but not clothes and stuff. And so people will just drop things off, and there's someone to man the different community members man the shed like 3 or 4 times a week. It's open, and then as long as it can fit in the shed, it can be left. If it can't fit, you can't leave it. You take it, and then people come and they just take stuff out when they want, and that's kind of a good in-person one. There's a lot of gardening stuff around that, but if you had something like that was like just for gardening or yard work, or whatever it is, then or you could have like an ecological, like something that's more like what you're talking about, like worm farms and elixirs and soils that are handmade or mushroom composts, and you could have like a list of things. And I bet you people would do really well with that because it's also a way to get in person. I think that's the other problem, is that so many people are sick of being on the internet at this point, especially the gardening community. They're like, I want to be out in the world gardening because I'm on the internet all the time. And so that is the other thing. So I think we are going to have to get back to how can we do more stuff out in the world, and like AI can support the like where do we it could support the like I don't know, spreading the word, or it could support the like I don't know.
That
Yeah.
actually, I think it was about a year ago, just of how good the turnout is if you just make the announcement. I think it was a year ago. We had moved and I had a whole or no, I bought cuttings. I bought cuttings and I contacted the woman who runs the Hyattsville Food Forest. And I said, hey, can you just like put out an announcement to your newsletter, which can't possibly be that big, that, to come to the food forest, and I'll just like give, a 10-minute presentation of how to grow a plant out of cuttings, and they can pick out of what's on the table. And maybe like 20 people came, and she had sent the announcement. It was really poorly planned. There was basically no promotional material. Like it was the most basic description, no pictures, no nothing, very limited mailing list, and great turnout.
Yeah.
Yeah, it like no effort at all. It's just So yeah, I mean, I think if there was apps to make it, because a lot of the plant gardening events, they're paid, right? It's like,
Right.
and they're pretty expensive, like 20,
Yeah.
$25 per person, you know. But when we just put up a free, like, hey, just show up, because the cuttings weren't expensive, and I was just like, I just want to do something different on like a Saturday morning, so I'll just do it,
Hmm.
you know. So if
That's
someone
great.
actually, yeah, if somebody actually put effort into making an app that gets people out for free or low cost, or like
I mean,
Quick
trading.
question. Quick question. Nick, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm about to jump.
Before you jump, in the scale of low, mid, high, how much of a like weight or carry is it to develop an app that basically manages or identifies inventory at a depot? So like if there's a facility where people know they can drop off or pick up items and hang out and have coffee or something together, but to where there's a simpler way than me having to upload photos, da da da, where I get there, scan my item, it's there. If I want to go get stuff, I can see online what's there before I go and what have you. Is is that something that's really difficult technology wise to create?
I don't think it's a huge lift at this point. I think it's doable. I think you could prototype something semi-reasonable in, a small handful of days and maybe, have it up in a month kind of thing.
well, this is what I'm waiting for, Nick. I just thought of this because you made me think of it, Olga. Is we need when is AI just going to take over marketing and promotion? Like I have an event. I want to just put in a picture, the
Yeah,
words I want, and then AI just does all the things. It sends the
yeah,
emails, it knows the groups, and that way, if I want to do a morning gardening thing, and I just want people, I just put all that stuff in, and AI does it. Because marketing is taking over
it's the
people's
hardest part.
lives.
Yeah,
I can't
yeah,
stand it. I don't want to
yeah,
market a single thing.
yeah,
Nobody wants to do that except for the people that are paid a lot of money, but they don't really want to do it, I don't think. So
yeah.
when is that going to happen? Can
And
that
that's
happen, Nick?
actually because when I joined the call, you all were talking about grants, right? Getting
Mm-hmm.
grants for this. I had read a book about grants before, and they were like, okay, you need to, you have your press release of whatever idea you're working on, and you need to send it out to 50 people with some kind of authority who will be interested in, or
Yeah.
it was something like that. And that's why I got stuck. I was like, well, I'm not really, this doesn't matter to me enough for me to do research on 50, people and their
Yeah.
context,
'Cause it
who's
takes
perfectly,
forever.
yeah. But that definitely is needed.
That is what would get people out of their
Yeah,
computers because
yeah,
basically every industry is trying to figure this out. And the amount of time that we all spend trying to get the word out about anything is absurd.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
the app I want.
Because once
it,
once the word was out, even on this modest little list, there was nothing to it. Like that was it. The
Yeah,
turnout was great.
exactly.
Yeah,
What were
yeah,
you gonna
yeah,
say, Nick?
yeah. I mean, if you have an email list, like if you have people you're trying to communicate to and have that level of contact information for them, then yeah, I think AI can totally handle that for you, and I'm happy to have a meeting sometime and show you how to set that up. If you need to
Yes, please.
yeah, yeah, let's do it. For advertising, it's like a whole different ballpark, and now you're competing against all the other AI advertisements and whatever. But if you just know the people already, then yeah, that's
Yeah,
like it's like an administrative workflow basically. It's something that
it
LLM.
will really do that. That is so they would send like individual emails to people and stuff.
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
let's say,
you need to hook it up to your email or to a different email you want to use for that so that it can
hmm
send it. But once you have that connection wired up, then you can just drop it into the chat, be like, here's the info, send the email to this list. You have the list somewhere or wherever that the LLM also has access to, and then it'll, draft something up, confirm it with you, and it should be able to send it at that point.
oh wow, well, that's impressive. I did not know that was a thing. That's great.
Yeah. No, yeah. I'll show you how to do it sometime.
Okay, cool. That sounds awesome. Chris
Yeah. Just hit me
or
up so I
Nick, are
remember.
you jumping off?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to jump off. I have
Okay, I
to
just
go
wanted
to
Chris to say
yeah.
Thank you again for all of the insight today. and I'll let you know once I go through this and pull the transcript and do whatever editing from when we took our 15 or 20-minute break. But yeah, we got 20 more minutes, and we have really actually rocked from noon until now. It's been great. Um, Now, okay, you came across my profile on the next
Next
door.
door, next door. Yeah.
So that's another example of how technology was used to bring some things together. What can
Thanks,
you
Bruce. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Nick, what would you say your interest is in kind of the natural world, or in what way is conservation or biophilia or the love of life important to you?
Yeah. I mean, I could show you my patio. This is
Yeah,
my
please.
like tiny condo patio. I'm not sure if you could see it. That's all containers. And I've
Oh,
mixed
whoa.
and well, that right here. I don't know if you could see
Yeah.
it. But I've mixed the soil for all of
Yeah.
that, and like a lot of it is from cuttings. So uh oh, basically I think the world is kind of okay, it's kind of shifting in the direction that if the capitalist economy is crashing and everything's going to hell in a handbasket, the natural economy and the gift economy are still very much alive and thriving. So if we pivot to that as a source of, daily life, then we don't have to go down with the ship, basically.
Oh wait, you may have to say that again. Hold on. You were going in and out with my service sometimes. I heard you say
Okay.
if the capitalist is crashing and the gift economy is still alive, but can you just repeat all of that just to make sure that we
Yeah.
have it?
Yeah. Just basically that the natural world is still like a real source of wealth, and it brings people together. Like there's basically no borders with plants. Like it brings everybody together. It provides it like it's such an easy way to build community, to stay sane, to, feed yourself if you really have the time and effort and resources to have the scale for that. But it's like an anchor. Like everything as everything falls apart, this is most definitely something to build on that's real and old and tried and true. So I try to learn about it because I was a kid when the Soviet Union ended, right? And that's kind of shaped my um, thinking of things. And basically, there were the people who lived in the Soviet Union really didn't know anything about the outside of it, right? And they thought that capitalism was, they didn't know what it was, right? But as that old system fell, there were some people who were like, okay, as one system falls, other ones will rise. And those people were literally just driving across the border, and they figured out that capitalism was going to be the next system. And so they would just drive across the border to Poland, buy like 3 vacuums, come back, sell them at a profit, go back over the border, buy 3 more vacuums. And eventually they built businesses because they understood what the future was, and they went there before everyone else. So I think that turning to the natural world is the reasonable answer to everything falling apart here. If
That
that
makes
makes
a lot
sense.
of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it makes me think of like as an American, it would or as a US citizen, it would almost be confusing to not try to profiteer. But if I think when I was younger, the notion of surplus didn't immediately mean I can sell it, or there wasn't necessarily an encouraged value system around try to generate as much profit revenue from the surplus as possible. But if a person realizes that before a group of other people does, they can definitely take advantage. In a positive way, are there understandings or applications of growing food, ornamental plants, just being involved with nature that have some advantage that people aren't recognizing yet? And
Yeah.
helping someone will end up dictating the way that shapes and how that looks. And would it be better to have the people who've been doing it and that actually have an attachment to it in creating that structure?
Right. Like in Russia to this day, about 40% of all fruit and vegetables that people eat comes from their own gardens. And
Wait,
so
really?
yeah, yeah. Because
Wow.
yeah, I mean, even if you live in the city like we did, you just get on your commuter bus and you schlep out to your plot out in the countryside, and you spend your weekends working there, and you put all your fruit in buckets, and you get back on the commuter bus if you don't have a car, and that's still very much a part of. Some people have, yeah,
That is wow. So, and
yeah,
as we were talking, our neighborhood deer that has been in our yard, and there's a fawn in our yard, just leisurely strolled right in front of the gate and then hopped our neighbor's bushes. So nature is abounding. It's how are we
yeah,
working with it, you know?
yeah,
And
and
go ahead.
well, no, I just think like as I watch a lot of like TikTok compilations of how people are just feeling like they have no money, and it keeps saying there's no future,
You
right?
saying
People
what's
keep
up?
saying,
Was he trying to scare the deer?
I can hear you. Sorry. Our neighbors were honking at the deer.
oh no, no, just that there's all these TikTok compilations of people saying that there's no future, America's doomed. And I'm thinking, well, you know, maybe it's possible to like start a like an urban gardening business where it's not like not the ones that charge a lot for your time, but like somehow like a like maybe say like a barter. One thing I saw on small, we're trying to move to a small town, so I was on the small town Facebook page, and somebody was trying to get rid of like a expensive car part or something like that, and they said I'll trade it, and and we just split the difference of whatever the money is after that. um
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
right, so it's like, well, how do you start like an urban garden business where you're not just charging people $1,000 to install a garden, but where you're like, let's meet in the middle, we'll trade time and services up to a point, and then if we decide that there needs to be like a cash difference exchange, then we could do that
So
small amount so that it's
that
affordable.
that model of what, and this is a difficult thing for me to really comprehend or wrap my mind around, is do certain personality types get drawn to certain governance styles or decision making styles? And is there something in our society that in order to develop an organization that sustain itself with current administrative, bureaucratic, financial, considerations, doesn't tend to draw the personality types that want to do community oriented activities? And do the personality types that want to do, let's make it affordable, have the ability to manage working in a framework that says we don't do affordable, we do maximize profit? And is it just a thing of no, it's all possible, right? Like we're we can decide what the future of humanity will look like because we're all participating.
I think it's so on Nextdoor there's a lot of people who try to make a little extra money by selling hot food, right? And then somebody always jumps in and says, oh, by the way, I'm not trying to discourage you, but by the way, this violates code and you can get in trouble, right? And what I asked him, but if a person wants to, instead of selling hot food and then being subject to the regulations of taxes and income and everything like that, if they say, look, I'm not exchanging this for money, I'm exchanging this for a trade, are they now outside of those regulations? And they can just go ahead and share hot food with their neighbors if they want to. And it's just, as long as money is not part of the equation, you have a lot more freedom because it's not taxed.
That's a really
You
good
know?
question. And I think part of the regulatory body definitely comes in when it's exchange for commerce, and when
Yeah.
it's a commercial activity. There are other things where if you like make your own liquor, there are regulations around who's allowed to make and distribute liquor, even if it's not for commercial use. So there may be other things around certain types of food production, like if you are raise cattle, there are regulations around processing that cattle, whether or not you sell what's
Mm.
processed. Just
Okay.
just the actual culling and butchering is regulated. So you're asking really good questions, though.
So for DC, for growing food, you have two different options. One of them is if it's on a smaller scale, it's called a cottage license. And then the other one is the urban farm license. One of them is through DC Health. The other one is through DOEE or whatever like that.
Can you hear my friend Alex?
Yeah.
Could you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So some of it's and the trick to it is, are you doing it for money or are you doing it just to give it away? If you're doing it just to give it away, you don't need anything. You can do the barter and trade stuff. If you're doing it as a business to make money with, then you need one of those. But those two have to do with the size in which it is. So a cottage is like small stuff that you're doing in your house, and the other stuff would be like something you'd be using in like a ghost kitchen or a space you rent out or whatever like that. And a lot of that is just for health reasons. So if anything ever happens, there's a tracking thing. But you can
But
always
it's
do
very,
stuff under the table.
it's hard to advertise under the table though. I mean, just because of how much I'm like just AI surveillance and stuff like that.
So I would, in my older age and paranoia, everything gets tracked. And so it's a question of who cares about what. And different administrations will choose to care about different things. There was a guy we knew in New York who sold lobster rolls, and he basically did them out of his house and had to run it like it was a drug operation. That he had a slot in the door. It was none of it was online. You had to get a personal recommendation. It was only certain times of whatever, and he ended up getting raided. And like the city actually raided this guy and fined him for selling seafood illegally. He wasn't doing anything immoral in terms of how he was getting the lobster, the preparation. He had worked as a chef, so he was following whatever normal considerations. No one complained or got sick. But again, regulatory bodies decided to take it seriously after a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
2 seconds. And so that gets into, outside of the technology conversation, how to support regulatory activity in the sense of, I want the government to tell the data centers they can't just dump hot water back into the lakes, but also, why is the government worried about how many lemonades I'm selling my neighbor? Like, that's ridiculous. You know, there are companies that have 60,000 employees and are regulated less than a company with five employees.
They're also going to tell you it has to do with health reasons, where it's like, who's to say that you're not selling poisonous lemonades or lemonades that are gonna hurt people? That's going to be their excuse.
So I get, but that's, I think, the question of how does regulation look for a company that sells lemonade to tens of thousands of people versus a neighborhood? I'm not saying just no regulation or all the regulations, but I don't know if we have the conversation about small businesses are held to the same standard as national level businesses at a certain extent. The national ones have to do more, but there's certain things low level ones have to do that make it in.
Yeah, but the problem is the big national businesses put money aside for fines for regulatory stuff so they can keep doing business that the small businesses can't do. So if you're a big old business, you put aside a couple of $1 million because you know you're going to get fined for having some regulation stuff, but it doesn't make a difference because the profit is that much more. Like, what was the company called? Georgia Pacific or whatever like that? Every year them dudes spent like $1 billion because they were doing illegal stuff, but they knew it was just a fine.
Yeah.
What do they call it? The Koch brothers?
That's one group of them. Yeah. So I mean, I think there's that. I think with most of the issues we've discussed in this chat, at a certain point, it comes back to governance, regulations, and is small scale something our country cares about? Like, has our administration or the business advocates said, we want to actually foster small businesses? And when we mean small business, we mean they generate less than $100,000 a year. When you go to a small business administration, their version of small business sometimes still means $1 million business. If you try to get a loan, if you're like, I remember we were doing music stuff, and I go into the bank and I'm like, I want to make an album. I need a loan for $4,000. And they're like, we don't give out loans for that little. And I was like, what? And they're like, we give out loans for 15, 20,000, and we want businesses to be A, B, or C size. And I was like, well, no, why would I put $90,000 into a record? I would start a different type of business. That doesn't make any sense. And it started my understanding of what government wants in terms of the size and scale of business activity versus what our communities or individuals might want.
Yeah.
And not just government.
I've been meaning to start a business because my job is about to, like, it's a contract that's about to end. The whole company is just, the whole project is closing. And I'm purposely kind of not looking for another job because I'm like, well, maybe like that will actually, until this job ends, to have that window of like unemployment checks, to try to start a business that has to do with urban gardening.
You should locate.
Well,
You know,
hold on, my friend had a question for you.
Where's he
okay.
located?
College Park.
Interesting.
Like hi, it's a College Park, Greenbelt. Um, but
So, what type of urban garden business are you thinking about?
so so what I've noticed that there's like major gaps in what is available to gardeners. So for example, if you want to buy decent potting soil, you basically can't. Uh, so you can make it yourself, and you can buy cocoa core in large blocks, like where one so basically what I wanted to do is like help people set up container gardens, or like, okay, if it's, since I don't actually have a car, so I don't drive, so I have a procurement, I have training in procurement. So I'm like, maybe I could pull together resources of what people, if people want to do gardening and they don't want to have to go to Home Depot because it doesn't have everything they need, maybe I could put together like an informational source of where to get soil supplies so you can mix your own soil for like 50% or less because you're buying cocoa core from like a farm supply wholesaler. There's a farm wholesaler based in Virginia called like Seven Springs Farm Supply. Uh, and since they're based in Virginia, the UPS isn't that expensive, and you can get like fertilizer in bulk.
Have you been to Cap
We
City Organics?
Seven Springs Farm
No,
Supply.
but have you been to Cap City Organics?
No,
Down
no,
in Brooklyn. They got all the
but
stuff you need to build farms. You could do it even closer than going out to Virginia.
I had never even heard of them before.
Yeah.
But honestly, yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. It's like, but one thing I noticed is if you put up an event inviting people out to any kind of get your hands in the dirt, people show up immediately. Like I volunteered, I was living next door from a DC Parks and Rec summer camp, and my daughter was very little at the time, so I was like, hey, nice lady who works here, can I just like teach a class to the kids here because they're bored? And the turnout, uh, yeah.
That's beautiful.
But just like how to take, because people really want to get out and get dirty without paying a lot for it, you know, or without paying anything for it, which is fine. So how do you take it as like a barter? Let's just like, if a lot of people are getting fired, a lot of people have very little disposable income, but they all want to go outside and play in the dirt and grow things. Can we use gardening as like a way to bring people together and then uh, build on that, like build it into like some sort of a trading circle or Skillshare or what have
Yeah,
you?
there's something every year called Rooting DC. It's like a
I
um
had tried to set up a table with them, and you need to be an organization. Like there's so little to get if you're just an individual. There's so
Yeah.
little to bring people together. It's either paid or you need a, yeah.
I
well, sometimes to become an organization, that just takes a little bit of paperwork.
Okay.
I mean, it's also teaming with other orgs. So one of the things we did, my friend ALyssa, who was on the chat before you came on, they have a 501c3 and we're an LLC. Part of the reason we formed was to manage the liability of if people come on our properties that we have, that if they fall and break their leg and try to sue us, they sue the LLC, not us. But
Okay.
we can't apply for grants because we're not a 501c3. Using them as our fiscal sponsor, that allows us to apply for grants. So we've been able to table or go to events where you had to be a registered not-for-profit using our fiscal sponsor. And it's just one document that will establish an entity as a fiscal sponsor. That's one option. I agree with you that when you're an individual, people don't want to talk to you. When we started
Yeah.
Black Land Ownership and we called different offices about things, they always asked who we were with or what group we were speaking for.
Yeah.
Um, that is another structural issue, I think, with scope and scale, that if you're in a city, individuals are not what move the needle. Groups of individuals, whether they're corporations, not-for-profits, or political blocks, move things. But I think on a smaller level, that means there's room, there's space for you to develop it. You've already outlined the parts that you would need. You've already brainstormed a number of the different examples. If you've written it up, I would say start showing that write up to other like-minded people and solidify it in the sense of, okay, if we're going to do a bartering, where's the place of exchange? If we're going to do da-da-da, what type of facility do we need? And then as you meet people, they may be able to offer those things that you've identified or needed in the paperwork. But you've said so much already that kind of identify a pretty strong structure in your idea.
Yeah,
Well,
and the whole
also,
the whole plant space is just so friendly, and it's so like wide in how, there's very little borders on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but if you think about like connecting with a group like Cultivate the City or something like that, they'll definitely give you a space to do what you want to do because it just makes their business that much better. And
Okay, I've never even heard of them.
somebody who wants to do that stuff is somebody that they need. You know what I mean? Like if it's
Yeah.
something you want to do and they don't have to tell people to do it, and you're willing to just like take that on, that's the real asset.
Yeah, I
But
mean, I'm waiting to
Cultivate the
get
City,
fired to
they're
have the
these
chance to
guys.
do that. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. You said it's Cultivate the City?
Yeah.
And cultivate the city. Okay.
And the dude's cool, and it's not like he's got a huge team of people.
Okay.
No, we are going to be closing up the Zoom. We open it up at noon, and I need to go get some mulch. I have my first native garden creation tomorrow job. I got hired, Alex.
What?
I got to go out to Bethesda. Melissa's helping also.
Native garden.
Yeah, so I got to pick up some mulch for it before it's too late. But I'm glad you joined, and I'm glad you participated in the first inaugural annual Biophelia and Technology innovation sprint and participated. Yeah, it's a love of
That's a
nature.
scary word.
I know the other philias messed it up. I know.
Those
I know.
Philias.
But that's neither here nor there. It's the nature of what it is. So thank you again for participating. And I'm gonna go through and edit this because the video otherwise would be like 6 hours of content. But I'll edit out the parts where we didn't take our 15-minute break and where we had the lively conversations, and I'll probably just chop it into like 30 to 45-minute segments that'll go on our YouTube page. And I want the full conversations. Like when I say edited, I don't mean I'm going to go through and cut out parts of people's words. I just mean when Melissa and I went to go make lunch, I'm going to take out that part.
Okay.
But
Are you going to
nice to
post
meet
it on
you.
like?
our
Yeah,
YouTube
nice to
page.
meet you. Yeah, and
Yeah.
if you all wanted, I have. Well, this is split because this is all cardamom that I happen to have. It's completely. It's. I only need one. I have 3. So
Oh, we want.
Yes.
yeah,
I love
mean,
cardamom.
there's actually. I mean, yeah. So I got all these plants to put in the ground in my. Anyway, but yes, if you want some cardamom or some worms.
And if you want some tomatoes, let us know. We have some extra tomato plants.
Okay. I have no place for anything else because we have a teeny tiny condo patio.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Excellent.
But yeah.
Well, thank you. And I'll send you actually here, I'm putting my number in the chat. If you want to text me your info, then
Okay.
we can try to do a little plant trade.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. See you later.
Excellent.
Bye.
Peace.